Hello? Is anybody here? It's Grandia music. Hope the internet will be okay today to stream. Let's see who's here. Is anybody here? Blah 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 blah. Oh, wow. Cool. Hello, Maha. Just started. Nothing's going on yet. I'm gonna try to play a game and see if the stream will hold out. That's what's happening. We're gonna play a game. A good game. Don't worry, it's a good game. I'm gonna set it up on the phone, the chats, so that I can still read what you're saying. YouTube. Whoa. Hello. We're gonna be playing the most infuriating game ever. This is me playing with my phone. All messages. Now I'm gonna go to Chrome. Now we have everything. I know the music's still up. Let's stop the music now. Alright, let's begin. Let's begin our stress test of the stream. Was I supposed to say something? It's like President Sunday's just doing a React stream today. It is interesting. I'm gonna start Steam. Rivals is available. Wherever the hell that is. Mostly positive reviews. What is the genre of this game? Is it a fighting game or what? Platform? It's an Overwatch type game. It's an Overwatch type game. Interesting. We're gonna try to play XCOM. I'm gonna try to turn on XCOM and we're gonna see if it'll slay the princess? Maybe. Is it good? We're gonna play the infuriating game now. I like playing infuriating games. I've noticed. Games that make me really angry. And oh my god, XCOM is one of those games. XCOM is one of those games that just makes you angry. Trust me. Low resources, permadeath, base management, all the good stuff. But I have to make it. I just hope it won't crush the OBS. Like I'm very nervous ever since yesterday when it crashed. Uh-oh. I just like to mention that we are under threat of drones. Is it starting the game? It says that it's starting. It's actualizing some file. Jesus, I should make it a habit to test those games before I start stream, honestly. Because we end up in a situation like now where it's like I start the game, but the game is not really starting. You know? Weird. Really weird. It says it's updating some file. I don't trust it. How is everybody doing? Is anybody here? I'm gonna go to the Discord in the meantime and I'm gonna encourage people to actually come. Let's see. Okay. Can I play? Wait, something's wrong with this game. How do I... That's not what I want to do. I want to check if the game's okay. In the meantime, let's have a little chat. How are you? Wow, nobody's here anymore. What a slow day. Maybe everybody's expecting the stream to crash and burn. Just like recently. I hope not. I sure hope not. I'm good. Yeah. Maybe Dr. Johns will join us. Who knows? I'm drinking this lemonade, but it does not taste like lemonade at all. I cannot taste the lemon in it. I just cannot taste the lemon in it. It's impossible. I brought the delivery in. Oh, what's in the delivery? Project Resident Evil. We might play Resident Evil or something to just check how things are. I want to check if it's like, if I play any game, will the stream just die? That's the main thing I want to check. Are my gaming days over in Ukraine? Is that what's happening? Am I just not able to play games? And It says Steam. Oh no, oh shit. Wait, hold on, maybe... Apologies for swearing. Maybe I... The literally was Old Bay, Apple Butter, Green Pig Palettes, Wood Chips, Timothy, High-End Crispy. Oh, nice, thank you. I guess... No, it did not happen here. That's weird. I guess we'll just play Resident Evil 4 and see how it will work. Okay. I've already played some Resident Evil 4, so it should be fine. But, God, I don't know. Tell me if the stream crashes, okay? You just tell me if the stream crashes, okay? I wanna do some stress testing for that. God, I still remember that this game has really bad... This game is not really good on... when it comes to the... Okay. I still remember that the controls are not great in this one. So we're going here. Oh. God, the controls are so bad. This game would have been very pleasant if it had better controls. But the controls make it much less pleasant than it could be. Did you find your controller? Yeah. I mean, I didn't find my controller. I was just allowed to use a different one. I'm using an Xbox controller. My regular controller is still in Poland. I'm just hoping that, because I started playing Persona 3 on... oh, you can see it. I am playing a game. I'm just hoping it won't crash the... stream, because Persona 3 just crashed the stream yesterday. Yeah, I am playing a game. Hold on. Thank you for telling me. It seems like we might be able to stream today without problem. It seems like I will have to find some way. Like, it seems like I just cannot stream Persona 3 on this laptop. It seems like it's impossible. It causes the OBS to crash. Let's play some Resident Evil 4 as a stress test for the... Do I have any money? Okay, I got some money. Treasure map village. Whoops. Whoa. Okay. Tune up. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, right. Alright. How are you, Glitch Master? It's your birthday, isn't it? Is it still your birthday? I get messed up with the time zones and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I get messed up. Is it still your birthday? Alright. You did it. God, the controls are so abysmally bad.
Відбій повітряної тривоги.
Apologies.
Увага! Відбій повітряної тривоги.
Apologies. I have applications that tell me about... We've been in air siren time all this time, by the way, drones. And the blackouts have become a lot more frequent. We're out of electricity a lot more frequently now than before. I'm just here to inform you that we lose electricity a lot more often now. Hello, fake Alec Parker. Happy birthday, yeah. I'm well, got Anita 45 hours before it's over. Wow, nice. A very... Well, you're still younger than me. I'm the oldest person around the world. That's okay. It's okay to be old and decrepit, as you can see. Look at me. This is what you have to look forward to. When you're old and decrepit, you're gonna be like me, basically. How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel horrible? Okay, where is the menu actually? Where's the actual menu? Oh. It's actually impossible in this game to run out of resources. You always get some cash, you always get some... You see he's young and beautiful? Oh, thank you. Why streamer girl? Makes me excited because then maybe I can be as brilliant as... No, I'm not brilliant. But thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna... Do you see the title? Are you excited about anything from the title? We're gonna finally watch the Anastasia Piers Morgan thing. By the way, you should try to tune in on Sunday. I'm gonna be talking to Anastasia on Sunday on stream. If that's something that you were interested in. Are you interested in me talking to Anastasia? It'll be I think this will be our third talk. Play on hard difficulty, not with this. I'm not gonna play this on hard difficulty with this controls, with these controls. You know what? I might play the remake on hard. I might play the remake on hard. This is something that I'm willing to do with this game. But I know oh my god. I know the remake has good controls, so you know. I just hate it when the difficulty of the game is not really the difficulty of the game, but the fact that the controls are horrible. Do you know what I mean? Hello, I want to grow up to be like Lucy, although probably she's younger than me. Wait, how old are you, Philip August? I doubt you're older than me. I'm gonna be honest. I doubt you're older than me. Um, Oops. Like, when the game is difficult, that's fine. But when the difficulty comes from the fact that the controls are horrible, that's just not a good time. So if the remake has better controls, then I'll play that on bigger difficulty. But not this. Not this. Maybe if I would have played it on the Wii, then I would have played it on bigger difficulty, but not as it is right now. Oh gosh. So much gold. And we're done, I think. I think we're not done until the music plays, but you know. Uh, Illustre di merci. Oh, wow. Whoa, there's a package here. How do I get to the package here? Do you know? I didn't mention this area, but can we? But we can hear the game. Oh, you cannot hear the game. Really? Um, it keeps. How is it now? You should be able to hear it now. Yeah. Should be able to hear the game now. It keeps resetting the sound options for some reason. Oh, okay, let's get the package. Let's get the box. Alright. We got the emblem. I thought it would be something cooler than just some emblem, but it's a bit loud. You don't have to apologize, it's okay. I understand. I'm a leftist streamer. Of course it's gonna be bad audio. How's it now? Is it better? Like, there's absolutely no need to apologize, especially on your birthday. On your birthday, whatever you say is law, basically. That's the rule. I feel like that's the rule. Like, if when it's your birthday, you're sort of like the ruler of the world for the day. Sort of. Technically speaking, a lot of people have birthdays on the same day. So they're all rulers of the world for that day. Ooh, handgun. I might as well just equip the handgun for now. Feels like I've got more. Oh. Resident Evil 4 does not. I will use this power responsibly. Oh my god. So many of them, Jesus. He came out of the woodwork. Do you know that technically speaking, if you're good, you can just aim at the thing that they're throwing and shoot it in the air? If you're good, and I'm not good. Lucy, you're nominating me for extra birthdays. Really? My birthday is gonna be soon. It's gonna be very soon. There we go. Wow, that was good. Yeah, you had a confusion, it's okay. The moment is past. Wait, did I? Listen, I'm always confused. I'm old. The elderly people are always confused, so it's okay for me to be. I feel like it's okay for me to be confused. Perpetually confused by everything around me. Like, what? What's happening? Where am I? Well, where am I? Where's Nappa? Isn't he dead? Yes. He's dead. Forever. Forever. Isn't he dead? Feel like oh, come on, let's go. Wow. Isn't that exciting? I'm missing the second medallion and I have no... Why did I do that? I'm missing the second medallion and I have no clue how to get it. Philippe Auguste is gone. Philippe Auguste is gone from the stream. Okay, that was not good. I am not playing this game expertly, as you can see. That's a common theme. Whoa. You missed. Did you see that? That was great gameplay on my part. I feel like I did great here. Don't you? Don't you feel like I did great here? I feel like there should be something here. Oh, gold. 1,000. There's something in here. Alright. Everybody became so quiet all of a sudden. Is everybody so focused on the gameplay? The stream didn't die, right? Please tell me the stream didn't die. The stream did not crash, right? Please tell me. Please tell me you're still watching and that the stream did not crash. That would be devastating to me. That would ruin my day, night, whatever. Time zones. I was focused on the gameplay. Nice. Okay. Phew. It won't open. It looks like... Use the hexagon emblem. Be here. Okay, nice. Thank you. Leon S. Kennedy. On your gameplay, what are you playing? Alright. We're doing it. We're playing for the entirety of Resident Evil series on stream. I can't believe we've beaten 3 Resident Evil games. Oh, we have to do Code Veronica. We have to do Code Veronica on stream. Jesus, we have to. It's a must. Oh god, we have to do Code Veronica. In Poland, we'll be playing Code Veronica, not this. This feels like a shooter more than a survival horror, to be quite honest with you. Wow. What amazing aim. What amazing aim you have. Oh my gosh, that was brutal. That was horrible. Whoa, wow, the traps. Look at the traps. Jesus. Oh my gosh. I avoided them all somehow. My greed will be my undoing. How's the stream so far? Oh, we've got a lot of money now. Wow. Okay. We've got a lot of money now. Gunfire reborn. Alright. Let's try. Oh gosh. Well, I got my own response. Stream so far is good. Okay. At least technically. It's good technically. I'm not sure about the contents, but you know what? Oh my gosh. I hope we're at least having fun. Because the fun is about to end. We're gonna be discussing politics, so when that happens, the fun times will end, inevitably. Because the world is not in a good place. Although, actually, in some regards, some places are in a better place. There are good things sort of happening in the world. Assad's regime is about to be toppled. Isn't that something? It's been so long. Bashar, Assad. The eye doctor. Trying to stop the transphobia demons back to my body every time I watch. Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean, ghost? Trying to stop the transphobia demons back into my body every time I watch a Lucy has a video. Can you explain what that means? Okay, I need an explanation. I need an explanation of what that means. Also, I think you're new to the stream, Ghost. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. Transphobia demons. Oh, look, more traps. Damn. More of these traps. Oof, I almost walked into one, actually. Oh my god! Okay, that was... Oh my gosh. I knew I'd walk into one sooner or later. This is annoying. Okay, this is just annoying. Damn. I knew this would happen sooner or later. And now it did. So I was watching Walter Masterson earlier today. He does a fair amount of going to places to interview protesters or gives satirical speeches at hearing. It's interesting. The latest was at the site of the health insurance CEO's murder, and he interviewed an employee who was dropping off a flower. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I should interview them on stream. I want to know what Ghost meant with the transphobia demons. I heard that Xander Hall is gonna reach 1 million subs. Or so he announced. Xander Hall has announced that he's gonna reach 1 million subs. That it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Do you agree? Alright, let's go. Whew, oh my gosh. We're doing so well. Mm-mm. Mm. Nothing here. Nothing here. Oh, what's this? The mask. Looks like a treasure that can be sold or something. Looks like a very... Hmm. Hmm. Wanna react to one? We could, yeah. We could. We have a few reacts lined up today, though. Oh. Oh. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, whoa. Whoa. I actually don't I'm actually not sure how to get into that room. Right, we've done it. Let's go. Okay. Oh. Guess we're gonna get to the next save point and we're gonna do the Piers Morgan thing. I'm interested. Are you? Oh. Oh wow. What does that do? Examine. Restores health completely. Jesus Christ. A fish. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. What do you think Ghost meant with the whole transphobia demons? What do you think? I have no clue what they meant with the whole comment. Okay, we're gonna save and then we're gonna... Oh, I missed, of course. Yeah, it's on the YouTube chat. It's on the YouTube chat. Someone told me that when they watch my videos, they have to put back their transphobia demons into their body. Oh. Why do you bump greater range? What has greater range done to you? Let's see. Whoop. Whoa. Hmm. Hmm. Of course I missed. I wonder if I hit the trap, will it block? Oh, yeah, you can. Okay, that works. I'm a bully, Lucy. I bully people. Why? Well, it saves the rest of the community. Has endless malice. I will throw myself upon the sword as a martyr. See, if I had to guess on the transphobic demons, I think the person was just saying they want to misgender you really bad. Wait, really? Oh, like, maybe. They should explain themselves, okay? They should explain themselves. It was a really weird phrasing, okay? Someone tried to be really poetic. but it just felt really weird. Okay? If you want to misgender me or something, just say, I want to misgender you. Don't say, when I look upon thy videos, it makes me struggle with my inner demons, which I have to wrestle back into my body. What? Yeah? It's weird. Wow. I'm gonna feel so bad if it turns out to be a really nice person that just tried to be nice to me in some way. But it was still a bit too flowery of a description, okay? Be more direct. Be more direct with your descriptions. Even if it's something negative. Hmm. Jesus. Red Ruse. Yes, that was just a one-off comment on YouTube. Where's the... It's a large crucible. It looks like it rotates. Which... What? What do I... Uh-oh. Uh, whoa! Alright. Remember, I'm a coward who, when they start getting bullied, I cover into a ball. Jesus. Damn. When Sesame, take the handgun ammo. Get the insignia. Ooh. Uninstructed by Lord Sadler, I have the agent in confinement alive. Why keep him alive? I do not fully understand what the Lord's intentions are. I would, however, think he'd keep them separate, not confine them together as have been ordered. I don't expect Louis would trust a stranger, but if by chance they did cooperate, the situation could get a bit more complicated. If for some reason an unknown third party is involved, I don't think they'd let a chance like this slip by. But maybe it's all Lord Sadler's ploy, leaving us vulnerable so that the third party will surface if they even exist, that is. It's an unlikely possibility, but if a prowler is already among us, then our plans can be ruined. I guess the Lord thinks it's worth the risk, if we're able to stop whatever conspiracy is at work. At any rate, it's the Lord's call. We will trust his judgment as always. And with this, I will go to the kitchen, grab a snack. I'll be right back, okay? In the meantime, if you like the stream, consider donating. I'll be right back. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Harmless pranks, eh? Harmless pranks. Have we saved the game, by the way? Were we able to save the game? I want to watch the Piers Morgan thing. I'm not sure if we've saved the game. I don't have time to read them. True. No time to read. Wait, I think we did save the game, actually. Did we? Did we save the game? No. I don't think we did. Yeah.
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless, you're an outsider. Just remember, if you become unpleasant to our eyes, you'll face severe consequences.
What? Same blood.
You and I are of the same blood. We are like siblings. Okay, now we're gonna save. We're gonna finish playing.
Leon, I've been able to get some new info that might help you.
Fill me in.
Apparently, there's a religious cult group involved.
Oh,
They're
wow.
called the Los Illuminados.
Los Illuminados. That's a mouthful. Anyway, I had an unexpected run-in with the big cheese of this village.
But you're okay, right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm dead.
But he could have killed me, but he let me live. And he mentioned something about me carrying the same blood as them. Whatever that means.
Carry the same blood. Huh. Interesting.
Anyway, there are
Interesting.
more important things than solving riddles right now.
You're right. Hurry and find that church, Leon.
Alright, let's finish the game for now. Where's the... How do I exit the game? No, seriously, how do I quit the game? Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this differently. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to stop it from Steam. So I guess I'm gonna watch the Piers Morgan thing now. Transphobia demons. Let's see what President Sunday's up to first. Where's the... Is this him? Yep, that's him. Still watching Xander Hall? Come on. That's like, come on. Oh, it ended? No way. No way. No way in hell. I thought Lucy were gonna react to a video. Yeah, I can. Resident Sunday didn't even stream full 3 hours. Oh, I'm gonna DM Mr. B. Mr. B. Okay, let's react. Copy link. Okay, this should be it.
I'm in front of the Hilton. We're not.
Oh god, so many subs. This guy has so many subs. It's incredible. This person has so many subscribers. Oh well. Let's watch. Hold on. What's the... Oh, that's the video? Okay. Hey, let's react to it. So a react segment. You demand it. I'll deliver. I deliver the content. Then we're gonna do Piers Morgan. Okay.
I'm in front of the Hilton where not long ago, one of the CEOs of United Healthcare was gunned down by an assassin who wrote deny, defend, depose on the shell casing. And his assassination has sparked a whole flurry of talk about how United Healthcare is denying claims at every level. Not only are they denying claims They're buying up medical practices and laying people off. They're putting their tentacles into your care in so many different ways. It's
Okay.
not just denial. It goes so much wider than that.
I mean deeper.
What we've been talking about as a nation collectively for the past
Wider, deeper.
24 hours. This seems to be the one thing we can all agree on.
Why?
That fuck United. And there's someone here right now that's actually warning that dropped in.
I don't actually know much about United. I'm gonna be quite honest. I don't know much about the company, so I cannot really comment. The sound seems weird and silent. Does it? Does it? Wait, hold on. Does it seem weird and silent?
So let's go talk to them.
Wait, why is the audio not working? It's because the audio is not working at all of a sudden.
I'm in front of the Hilton where not long ago,
Okay,
one of the CEOs of United Healthcare
now it should work.
was gunned down by an assassin
I just don't know much about United. I don't know enough to
who
comment.
wrote deny, defend, depose on the shell casings. His assassination has sparked a whole flurry of talk about how United Healthcare is denying claims at every level. Not only are they denying claims, they're buying up medical practices and laying people off. They're putting their tentacles into your care in so many different ways. It's not just denial. It goes so much wider than that. That's what we've been talking about as a nation collectively for the past 24 hours. This seems to be the one thing we can all agree on. That fuck United. And there's someone here right now that's actually mourning. They're dropping roses. So let's go talk to them.
Deepest condolences to the family. Because I have kids in college when I was young. I can feel how the wife can feel it. So my prayer for the family be strong. God be with you. God be with the family.
Hey, what is this guy doing? What? Just what? They apparently have the worst record of denials in the country. Jesus Christ. That's horrible.
And I just wanted to know that exactly.
Can you pick it up and put it down again?
Oh, was this your family member?
I worked for United Healthcare for 26 years. And then Brian Thompson, he's the boss, he's a CEO. I don't think he knows me, but we had a meeting for the town hall meeting. He's there. So
Why is he making such a face? Why is though? This video is so awkward. I'm not gonna lie. This is a very awkward video. It's like a very awkward interview.
What department do you work in at United Healthcare?
in Connecticut, provider specialist.
The provider
Yeah,
specialist.
that's my department.
So, I mean, like, what can you say about how corrupt they've been and how much denial of care they've done?
I cannot talk about that because I'm just an employee. It's not my part to talk about that. It's not. I have an insurance too, but all my neighbors, they said United Healthcare is the best. My neighbors told me because they have United Healthcare.
I have no clue what United Healthcare really is. I have to look it up, honestly. I have to read up. I have to brush up my knowledge of United. Has any of you had any experience with this healthcare provider? I just have no clue. I have no frame of reference. I don't know. I guess. Is this Masterson? Yeah, it's awkward, but he likes awkward. Yeah, it is Masterson. Like honestly, has any of you had any experience with this United Healthcare thing? It feels to me like the thing is more of a symptom of a broader problem within the US healthcare system, to be quite honest with you. It doesn't feel like a problem of just this single company. It feels like how the system's set up in the US with healthcare and mm, with healthcare and insurance schemes, etc. Don't you agree?
Nobody's perfect. Everybody working hard. I work hard. If I make a mistake, oh, they're gonna go after me. They're gonna say, you know, this is mistake. You're gonna cause the problem. The member, the doctors, they're gonna be late payment or wrong payment.
What?
I would really hate if people started going after all of the CEOs of the healthcare companies.
I don't know what's going on.
Can you imagine if people started just gunning down healthcare company CEOs?
That's the person that.
I mean, what's next? Going after oil company CEOs?
Yeah.
You
Don't
know?
do that. Don't do that. You don't have to kill people. We can talk. We can speak. You don't have to kill people.
No, actually, you can't speak because you can't get their customer service on the phone. What just happened?
Oh my gosh.
What was that? Is she real? Did that just happen? Dude, that just happened. That was a real conversation I just had.
I've never seen an employee that distraught over their CEO.
I guess some employees love their.
I mean, to be fair, I will agree that gunning down CEOs is not the way, but okay. I will probably agree that it's not the way. United Healthcare is a private health insurance company, first of all, and they are evil. They also have a very bad reputation. I mean, isn't that a standard in the US? Private health insurance companies? Isn't that like how the system is set up in the US, that you have to get insurance with a private healthcare company, and there are a multitude of healthcare companies to choose from? I think violence is kind of the answer sometimes, not gonna lie. I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what the result of this is gonna be. I highly doubt that the result of this is gonna be the company suddenly being better towards their customers. He's 100% correct to make fun of her. It was definitely not a silver bullet. True. All right.
Their CEOs apparently. I mean, God, you know what? God bless her. Really. Yeah. That's wild. That's wild. You think it's sad?
Yeah, I do.
Where are you from?
UK.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, you have socialized healthcare there. You know.
Yeah.
Do you have medical bankruptcy in the UK?
No.
Yeah, but yeah, so we have medical bankruptcy. That's kind of a time-honored American tradition. So I can understand.
Medical bankruptcy is a thing. Oh God, the U.S. is. There are problems in America. Jesus Christ, there are problems in America. Oof. Medical bankruptcy.
You know, if I was from the UK, I'd feel the same way as you do. Hey, how you doing? How do you feel about it, sir?
I think it's kind of fucked up that somebody got shot in the back. I mean, you know, it's just I think it was a cowardly act, man. We're trying to tell kids not to shoot each other. And this fucking guy, I mean, maybe he has a reason. I don't know. I don't know if it's...
Well, he wrote deny, defend, depose on the shell casings.
Is that what he wrote?
Yeah. It was personal. Like, I think he had a kid that got denied coverage. He had a family member that was denied coverage.
Rainmaker, he better call Matt Damon or something. You know what I'm saying?
Who's your healthcare provider?
United Healthcare.
Really? Yeah. How do you like them?
I haven't used them yet.
Oh, you just got them.
I don't.
I don't.
I honestly don't think it's a good. I don't think it's a good solution to just gun down CEOs. I don't.
Do that often. Insurance provider.
Blue Cross.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, they're a pretty good company.
Yeah, they're good until they're not.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, I mean, do you know how money works? How reinsurers work and how that all works?
Well, I understand that this is a business and that their
it's the
job.
Oldest business on the planet Earth.
That's the thing.
Since
I don't.
Fucking Lloyd's of
London, yeah.
Since Lloyd's of London,
that's the thing.
Rothschild used homing pigeons.
What's stopping people from just gunning down CEOs or any person that they don't like? Then, you know. We shouldn't make executing people on the street okay just because we don't like those people. I don't think that's a solution. Because from anybody's perspective, somebody deserves to just be shot, if that makes sense. Anybody can justify in their mind why they simply had to gun someone down.
I can predict the future. It was the first internet.
Well, that's the thing is I don't think that it should be. Our lives shouldn't be for profit.
Okay, I don't think so. I agree with you 100%, man.
Our lives shouldn't be a for-profit venture. I think healthcare should be socialized. Everyone should have healthcare.
You got to say that capitalism is done.
I could say that.
Capitalism is over because it's based on greed.
You're cooking right now.
Listen, I don't know. I think your way is. I mean, I don't know what your way is, but I don't think capitalism's working.
I totally agree. I think we're agreeing 100% right now.
Maybe a resource-based economy, something like that. Everybody's resource, kind of like you ever see the Venus Project? Jacques Fresco, guy's name, Jacques Fresco.
Okay. Resource-based economy. I like that. Something that is based around society's needs.
Kind of what Thomas Jefferson wanted to do. An agrarian, what did he call it?
I guess.
Oh, agrarian.
Agrarian.
He wanted an agrarian economy. Yeah.
Based on agriculture, like you got to, do something.
Yeah,
something, and your shit will be insured by another insurance company. How's it gonna work, man? Unless you can predict the future.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. So there you have it, folks. People are making fun of it online, rightfully so, but in person, when you talk to people, it gets a little bit more, I don't know, nuanced. I guess when you talk to people at the murder site, you can have more nuanced conversations about United Healthcare and healthcare in general. So, yeah. Wow. Whew. Okay. And
Healthcare in the US is not in a good state. That's obvious. Here, let's go to Piers Morgan. It should be up now, right? Oh, here. Oh my gosh, what a thumbnail. Are you seeing this? Oh my, wait, Cenk Uygur is here? No way. Oh my god. Really? Alright, okay. How long is it? 1 hour. Okay. Whoa. We're gonna watch that right now. Oh, I wanted to watch this yesterday, but it's fine. It's fine if we watch it right now. What the hell? Is it on all? Okay, on. Are you done with the Russian propaganda? Debate on Trump, Putin, and World War. Jesus.
Biden made this country.
Lebanon, Ukraine are all red hot. They're all regional proxy wars with the United States
Ukraine.
at their apex, whether most voters want it to stay there or not. Our debate has been focused on Joe Biden's disastrous decision to pardon Hunter Biden, his son, and the cover it provides to Trump's own clemencies. But Trump's war strategy will have much bigger consequences, and the world is awaiting his answers. He campaigned and won with a populist anti-war message, but now he's warning that Hamas will have hell to pay.
I want to see some comments. Jesus. Jesus Christ, she got so much crap in the comments. Well, let's watch.
If it fails to release the hostages, and he has a cabinet with a bite to match his bark. Ukraine's President Zelensky now says that Ukraine will be prepared to cede territory in exchange for NATO membership, and NATO apparently agrees. But he won't make any decisions
That's not
until
true.
Trump is back in the White House, and Putin may not be interested anyway. Many people think that a rapid retreat may provoke Putin and is the safest way back from the brink.
What kind of pronunciation of his surname is that? Putin. Sounds like puke. Pukin. They get to kill people by deciding a doctor's opinion on treatment is invalid and denying them. Yeah, but that's not this particular company problem. It's a problem of wider U.S. healthcare and private insurance companies, etc. That's not really a united healthcare problem, in my opinion. It's a wider problem.
We've watched from the United States as the Biden administration has driven the U.S. ever closer to a nuclear conflict.
Dr. Carlson is back in Russia and has done an interview with the foreign minister of Russia. We might watch a fragment of that today. I'm pretty interested in watching at least bits of it. I gotta say, I'm not gonna lie, I am interested. Fear-mongering about World War III, fear-mongering about... That's ridiculous. We in Eastern Europe are just treated not as people. We're treated just like we're not people. I gotta say it. I'm gonna be honest about it.
Conflict with Russia, the country that possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal.
That's not true. Russia does not have the biggest... Okay, we're gonna look it up now. Because that's bullshit. I feel like it's nonsense. I feel like it's not true. Google. Who has biggest nuclear arsenal? If anything, I feel the US has a bigger... Okay. It seems like it's true. Who has the most nuclear weapons? Russia has the most confirmed nuclear weapons with over 5,500 nuclear warheads. The United States follows behind with 5,044 nuclear weapons. But there's a question of how well maintained they are, how many of them are actually operational, etc., etc. I feel like between the US and Russia, the US has its nuclear stock in a far better maintained state than Russia. But I just don't think we should be for vigilante justice. I feel like that's not exactly the solution.
It has accelerated ever since, and it's reached its...
Also, we cannot establish a standard in which, oh, this country has a big nuclear arsenal. I guess it's carte blanche for this country to do whatever they want in the region, to subjugate any country they want without any consequence. Nuclear weapons is just key for you to be able to do whatever you want, because if that's the standard that we're setting, then why wouldn't all countries just get nukes as a deterrent? Like, why would all countries just not rush to get nukes in order to deter this sort of thing happening? This is a very bad line to adopt. Oh, unless we allow Russia to do whatever it wants, it's World War III, so we should just give up Ukraine, we should just give up Moldova, we should just give up Georgia, we should just give up Lithuania, Poland, all those countries, because who knows what Russia will do if it gets angry with its nukes. It just cannot be the standard that the world adopts. It's a ridiculous standard.
So far, in the weeks after Trump's election, he is now the president-elect. In that time, just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration, American military personnel launched missiles into mainland Russia and killed at least a dozen Russian soldiers. So
oh my gosh, how horrible. Russian soldiers killed. Meanwhile, Russia bombs Ukraine cities every single day, kills civilians. If it weren't for the anti-air systems provided by the West, the death toll in civilians would have been much higher. We just had a air siren not so long ago here, drones. The blackouts are getting more and more frequent because Russia is attacking the electrical infrastructure. But who cares about that, right? Russia can do whatever it wants. Russia can escalate in whatever ways it wants. It doesn't matter because it has nukes. It has a nuclear arsenal, so that means that it can just terrorize its neighbors without any consequence. That's the logic behind this sort of rhetoric. And I hate it. I hate this logic.
we are, unbeknownst to most Americans, in a hot war with Russia, an undeclared war, a war you did not vote for and that most Americans don't want, but that is ongoing.
Well, joining me today.
That's not true. The US is not at war with Russia. No US soldiers are fighting in Russia. Like, that's nonsensical. I'm sorry.
This is the author of Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia.
Hot war. What does that even mean in this context?
And the catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, the former Navy SEAL who
Scott Horton, Jesus.
killed Osama bin Laden, Rob O'Neill, the host of the founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and the Ukrainian streamer and YouTuber.
Ukrainian streamer, but she doesn't whatever. It's fine. It's fine. What? Oh, Christmas tree already. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Ukrainian Anna. Welcome to all of you here. Let me start with you, Ukrainian Anna. First time we've had you on Uncensored, so welcome to you. I watched the interview with President Zelensky at the weekend, and I went to Kyiv 4 months after the war began and interviewed him and the First Lady. And he was resolute then that Ukraine would not cede an inch of territory to Vladimir Putin. And that was certainly the mood of all the people.
A lot of people in Ukraine feel like Ukraine should not give up any territory, by the way. That's definitely how people that I speak to feel. That's been a very strong... When I asked the person that I interviewed lately how she feels about Ukraine having to give up territory in order to achieve peace, what Zelensky said about the membership in NATO and giving up territory, she was just against it. And I feel that many people would be simply against it, even if NATO would be a thing that would be given in return. I feel like this whole situation could have been avoided. This whole situation could have been avoided if the West would have been actual allies and not a bunch of cowards that just cover in fear, threatened by the nuclear Armageddon.
And yet here we are, just over 2 years later, and there's no doubt that he is now countenancing the idea that Ukraine would cede the territory that's been taken by Putin in return for membership of NATO for the rest of Ukraine. What did you think of that interview that he gave?
What I think about it is there are certain realities that we have to contend with as people, and many people in Ukraine are of the opinion that Trump will, when he becomes president, push Ukraine to basically some sort of concession. And our job is now to somehow figure out how do we guarantee our security in the future and how we prevent Russia from attacking us again, which is something that most people think NATO membership is, because Russia is not in the business of attacking NATO countries.
I mean, the only alternative is pursuing nuclear armament, which is not ideal and would have far-reaching consequences, not just in Ukraine. I don't think the West was scared of war. I think the West wanted oil from Russia. I don't think it's just that. I genuinely think that a lot of Western countries were genuinely scared of the whole nuclear escalation thing.
It's in the business of attacking Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, countries that are outside of NATO's protection. So, yeah, most people in Ukraine obviously don't want to cede anything because we know what happens in those
Yeah.
occupied territories, and so does UN.
Exactly. We do know what happens. I've been really going deep into this topic. That's basically when it comes to any work that I do in Ukraine right now. You could say that my focus is to kidnap children from occupied territories, from the front, from the zones where the fighting is happening, and also the fate of the people that are in occupied territories. The person that I've interviewed lately was a person that escaped from an occupied village on the other side of the river in the Kherson region. So there's definitely a lot to be spoken about there, and I'm hoping to get a lot more interviews from people that were rescued from occupied regions so that I can paint a picture for people what it's like so that they can at least understand what sort of peace Trump might potentially push for and what it might mean for the people involved. I think it's very important to showcase that.
And many other organizations that gave their nod to the acknowledgement that there is a systematic torture, rape, abuse, deportations of Ukrainians, prohibition of Ukrainian language, culture, and all sorts of horrible things. And of course, nobody wants to abandon our people to that sort of fate, but also you have to.
And also, there's the very horrible reality of people that have been waiting to be liberated from Russia since 2014, and you could say that all that's keeping them from giving up, from succumbing to despair, is this faith that sooner or later they will be free, that they will be liberated. And now imagine if a peace deal is made and suddenly those territories are just given away, and all those people that are still waiting to be liberated are faced with the reality that all that waiting has been for nothing, that all their hopes have been crushed mercilessly. It's just a little bit too much, in my opinion.
Kind of content with what our allies want and what is their decisions. So I believe in that sense that Zelensky is doing exactly that. He's
Thank you.
Acknowledging the reality of Trump's presidency and what will happen. So I think we should also, wait and see what exactly Trump will do, because his plan has been discussed, but we don't know really much details so far. So
And also there's the question of how will Russia react to it, the whole Russian interest, quote unquote. There's a very big pro-war lobby in Russia, and it's not exactly certain if Russia will even play ball with Trump. Yeah, I think so.
yeah, I wouldn't jump into conclusions right
no,
now.
I think that's right. And I think that, I mean, I'll bring Scott Horton in here. Scott, the thing about Trump is he is unpredictable. We don't know. Now, I talked to him last week about this. We don't know exactly what Trump's going to do. People keep trying to say this is what he'll definitely do. He'll give Putin everything he wants and so on. I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, that's a distinct possibility. Like, he is unpredictable. It is a distinct possibility that he might want to give maybe not all that Putin wants, but quite frankly, giving Putin any Ukrainian territory is already too much. I'm going to be honest about that. From my perspective, giving away Ukrainian territory should not be an acceptable outcome, especially since the West has the means to help Ukraine to secure its territory.
But in terms of this deal that Zelensky seemed to be putting forward, where Putin would keep the land that he's taken, but that the rest of Ukraine would come under the NATO umbrella, do you think that's something that Putin would even consider as part of a peace settlement?
Oh, I really don't know. I certainly doubt that he's willing to accept anything that would include even rump, what's left of Ukraine joining the NATO alliance. I certainly hope that Trump would not entertain that. That's
what's left of Ukraine. Let's not get overboard there. Scott, was it? What do you mean, what's left of Ukraine? Ukraine's a pretty big place.
This has been largely about, of course, along with the contest over who controls what territory inside the country, is preventing exactly that conclusion. I think it's a real dilemma because the Ukrainians, it's not just that Trump has won an election on repudiating Biden's policy and seeking peace here. It's quite frankly that the Ukrainians...
Okay, Ukraine was not the big winner for Trump in his campaign. Let's not pretend, Trump won the presidency on stopping Biden's policy on Ukraine. Come on, that's stupid. That's just silly.
Just in no position whatsoever to reverse Russia's gains on the ground. Even the Biden administration admits that now. To reverse
I'm sorry.
that the Ukrainians are just in no position whatsoever.
Yeah, of course. With this level of aid, they're in no position. I agree. But if proper aid was given, then I believe that it's absolutely possible.
To reverse Russia's gains on the ground. Even the Biden administration admits that now. The Post, the Times, and the Journal all quote military experts saying that truly is the case. So, in other words, Kiev and D.C. are in a position of weakness. And all Trump really has to threaten is more weapons sales and increased weapon shipments. But Biden already tried that. That didn't make the difference.
No, he didn't try that. What the hell? The aid is so mishandled that it's not even funny since the beginning of the war. It has been given in such small increments and always too late. I hate this narrative of, the West has given Ukraine all that it needed, but it was not enough and it will never be enough. That is such a dishonest rhetoric. That is really infuriating. It's just infuriating.
And so, I think
apparently there's going to be some general that's going to join here and he's going to just clean house. But God, is this infuriating to hear.
What's going to happen is the Russians are going to keep probably all four of those eastern and southern provinces there. Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson, and hopefully will not demand.
Why is this guy using the Russian pronunciation of all the regions? That's already very telling, okay? When I hear people use the Russian pronunciation of the regions, of the cities, etc. I already know where they're sort of where they stand on the war. Maybe it's a bias, but I'm sorry, that's how I see it.
And Kharkiv or Odessa, we can, stop it there. And the the Trump administration is going to have to get their messaging straight that this truly is a betrayal, and they admit it, but that it's Biden's betrayal. Biden made this country and these people promises he could not possibly keep. We're going to help.
Yes, he could. The US could have kept these promises. It's bullshit. We already know that Biden, for example, did not give permission for long-range missile use, even though his advisors asked him to do it. He went against his advisors.
You forced the Russians all the way out and all of these things. And all they've done is gotten a bunch of people killed, and then they lost anyway. And it's a real tragedy. But it's not Trump's fault. Trump has to be able to have the political capital in this country to say that, look, it is ugly. But you know what, Piers? He actually, and I don't know how he did this, he got Zalmay Khalilzad, the card-carrying neoconservative Straussian, to sign a deal with the Taliban to get us out of there. And yes, Biden absolutely botched the withdrawal. I could go on for an hour about that. But Trump was willing to say, you know what? We lost. We're not keeping the Taliban out, and we're going to stop trying now. And Biden, it was really the best thing.
I hate this guy. I hate this guy already. I hate this guy.
Never did in his life was agree with that, even though he botched the process of the withdrawal. And so it's the same kind of thing here. It is a real tragedy what the Biden administration has gotten the country of Ukraine into here.
Chegg, I mean, look, every part of me is like, I don't want to give a Russian dictator who's illegally, in my view, invaded a sovereign democratic European country that's been independent since the mid-90s. I don't want to give him an inch of that land that he's
since the whatever,
with his murderous rampage. But there comes in war, I've got a lot of military in my family. There comes in war a cold, hard reality check, as Anna was alluding to earlier, where we are where we are. We can all be idealistic about what we'd like to happen, but the reality is that it is highly unlikely. Now, I think that Ukraine, without a massive extra support from the likes of America, which is simply not going to come, that it is a case of Putin will probably be able to keep what he's taken. Is that your assessment? And is that right for the world that we give him this big win, which is effectively how he will portray it?
Yeah,
Thank God he's getting this huge loss in Syria right now. What's happening in Syria is a huge blow to Russia. And it should be a signal to the West that, yes, Ukraine could get its territory back with the right support.
This is my assessment. And so the reality on the ground is that when Trump won, we lost about 20% of Ukraine. Now, there's a good argument to be made that you had already lost that 20% of Ukraine and you were never going to get it back because of the military realities on the ground. So, this has been a very, very difficult question because the U.S. did push Russia too much. We did push NATO to its borders when we said we wouldn't.
No.
I understand all that. But at the end of the day...
No. I hate this. This is the rhetoric of people that just don't understand the realities of this region and why the countries of this region even joined NATO. It's taken away all of the agency from the countries. Why did Poland join NATO? Think about it for just a few minutes. Just concentrate and think.
Invaded. And it's not an anti-war position to start a war. So Putin is definitely guilty. Add on top of that 12,000 civilians killed. Add on top of that 20,000 Ukrainian children kidnapped. But what's the answer? Is the answer to fight for the next 10 years, 20 years? Is the answer to cede ground?
Shut up. 10 years, 20 years. With correct support, it would not be nearly as long as 10 years, 20. This is such ridiculous. This is people just saying words with no inkling what they're talking about. And I hate it. Just throwing slogans at the wall, hoping that people will eat it up. I have no clue what I'm talking about. I am just gonna throw a slogan after slogan after slogan after slogan. Yeah.
To Putin. Well, that's also super dangerous. That's why this is an unsolvable riddle, because you can get to peace now by doing what Trump is likely going to do, which is Russia take 20% of it, and Ukraine will not join NATO. But the next time Russia thinks about invading a country, they're going to think, well, we went into Georgia and took a chunk. We went into Crimea, took it all, when it was part of Ukraine. We went into Ukraine again, we took 20% of it. It turns out aggression is rewarded, and Netanyahu's watching, and he's going to take a part of Gaza, and China's watching, and they've got the Uyghurs in the detention camps and the re-education camps, and the Russians have the Ukrainian children in the re-education camps. So this is really, really dangerous for the world, no matter how it's resolved.
Yeah, Rob O'Neill, you've been at the sharp end of some of the worst conflicts, wars of the last 25 years. And once again, thank you very much for your extraordinary service, not least in killing bin Laden. What is your overview of where we are here? Trump coming in obviously is going to change the dynamic. He proved in his first term he's not a warmonger. He thinks war, apart from anything else, is just terrible business, that it costs a fortune, the rewards are very low. The other side of that coin is, do you let a Russian dictator run into a European country, take what he wants, and just let him have it? What's your view?
Well, unfortunately, we're in a position where it doesn't matter why we got here, we're just here. And Cenk was mentioning Georgia and Crimea, and
it very much matters why we got here. That's the most important thing. If we don't care why and how we got here, then what is stopping anybody from repeating the same mistakes? This is such a silly thing. Or we are where we are. It doesn't matter how we got here. How we got here is the most important thing, because we did not need to get here. We could have arrived at a very, very different, in a very different world with a very different situation. I guarantee you that we could have been in a very different world right now if the aid would have been handled differently than how it has.
And invasion of Ukraine, that's all weak leadership on the United States. And unfortunately, when we have a strong United States, we have a more stable world most of the time. I mean, we did invade Iraq, and I disagree with that, even though I went there. But you're going to have to go to a position of negotiation. I mean, we did say we weren't going to push in NATO further east, and we did. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. We were moving.
I'm sorry, it's not we pushed NATO. Those countries wanted to join NATO because they wanted to be safe from Russia. I already explained why this is so silly. I already explained why this sort of rhetoric robs countries of any sort of agency, any sort of... We're not human to these sort of people. We don't exist. We're just mindless drones that shift with the wind. It doesn't matter what we want. NATO was pushed on us. NATO was just pushed into our region by the evil West. Yeah, I believe if Ukraine had received proper aid, yes, I believe Ukraine could have driven Russia out of Ukraine. Absolutely, yeah. It's ridiculous to try to claim that everything that could have been done has been done, and it's just there's no use. It's ridiculous.
There, and now Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO, and it's Russia doesn't want that, and you're dealing.
I wonder why. I wonder why Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO. That is such a incredibly just wow. What an incredible idea that a country that is being invaded time and time and time again wants some sort of a solid security guarantee that is not worthless like the Budapest Memorandum, to name one. What a ridiculous, what a unreasonable concept that Ukraine would want to join NATO. How silly.
You're dealing with big countries, but you're also dealing with big egos. And Vladimir Putin grew up in a part of Russia where part of the fun was chasing rats with sticks, and he found out what it was like to corner a rat, and that's kind of where he is right now. He's been in charge of Russia since the early 90s, let's be honest, and he wants to save face.
What a stupid thing to say. I'm telling you, a lot of these people are just saying things, just throwing statements, throwing slogans about chasing rats with sticks without having any inkling what they're talking about. They're just throwing those statements that a general audience will eat up. Those slogans, those tasty little slogans, without any sort of deeper thought or analysis behind it. This is just saying words. There's nothing there.
This people is
Russia strong, Putin chase rats with stick.
In the conscription age to get people in there to fight. He's not. It's like he's not going to back out, but you can't let him take more. And I'm by no means defending him, but I also think that Volodymyr Zelensky is a puppet, and he's laundering money just like most of the people in Washington and Ukraine. That's why the whole argument.
Jesus. Oh, shut up! Shut up! Just shut up! God. What evidence do you have? Provide your evidence or just shut up. Don't bring up stuff that you have no evidence for. Another slogan that people love to hear. Ukraine corrupt, Ukraine bad, Zelensky puppet. I know defend Putin, but Zelensky puppet, it's all bad. God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he did. By the way, yes, he did.
Ukraine is how much money people can personally make in Ukraine. And I hopefully think that Donald Trump brings a big stick. Also, he doesn't care about embezzling money like the United States is now, and whatever they're doing. But it's not a good situation. But we definitely need to turn. We need alliance solidarity, which we lost by leaving Afghanistan the way we did, and a forward defense. Right now, our Navy, which is the epitome of our forward defense, is under the Biden administration is worrying about getting more transgender bathrooms and getting green.
Oh my! Of course. Of course, trans topic had to enter the room. Of course. Jesus Christ. There's no discussion that is trans-free, is there? Always the trans topic has to enter the conversation, no matter what it's about. It just has to. It's mandatory. Trans topics have to be mentioned at least once per discussion. It just needs to happen. There's no way for it not to. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Ships, even though they're all nuclear, which is green, there needs to be some adults in the room and talk reality, because here's where we are. And
well, right now I can only see one adult in this room. Unfortunately, I can see 4 kids and 1 adult in this room. And they say that the left brings up LGBTQ stuff when unneeded. Yeah, I know. Trans topics always have to be brought up, no matter what. It's like law at this point.
Come to the table and talk to someone else, not worried about how much jewelry Mrs. Zelensky could buy in New York on the taxpayer's dime.
Right. And how popular is Volodymyr Zelensky now with Ukrainian people, do you think?
I'd say pretty popular still. Most people consider him a pretty good representative of Ukrainian people and what we want. And pretty disheartening, I'd say, to hear what people...
All things considered, he's done a pretty good job in wartime Ukraine. You can say whatever you want about his other policies, about his more domestic, whatever policies. There's another topic altogether is what sort of president he would be during peacetime, but when it comes to certain type of advocacy, etc., he did a pretty good job, all things considered, I would say. That's my opinion.
People say here, but I'm used to it. Surprisingly, Cenk, I agree with in the sense that we can't allow Russia to continue get away with what they're doing, because that's what they have been doing, in particular with annexation of Georgian territory and Moldova and Ukraine in 14, and now in
And meddling into Moldovan affairs, meddling into Georgian affairs, and now there's high suspicion that there's meddling into Romanian affairs happening. We're going to talk about this, about the whole nullified results of the first election round and what that basically could mean. And we're going to be discussing how basically if things go badly, Poland might be the only bordering country of Ukraine that's friendly to it. And that's a scary thought. That's a very, very scary thought if you think about it. Look at the map. Look at how many countries have been overtaken by populist parties that are anti-Ukraine. And it seems like Poland might be the only one left that's not like that if things go badly in Romania. It's just horrible.
22 full-scale invasion, and nothing stops them then from fully invading Moldova or Georgia. They are already doing all they can to select people there as presidents and meddle in their elections.
True, I've just mentioned that. Also agreed, fake Alec Parker.
Quite strongly already, and if they can't do it with just hybrid methods of sabotaging the elections and making people basically install their puppets there, then they do sort of like a blackmail, then they do threats, and then they do annexation, invasion, terror, death, and
and they then suddenly regions of a country that they try to manipulate declare themselves independent regions, and those insurgents surprisingly get support from the Russian military, and all of a sudden whole chunks of region of a country become separate and under Russian control. How wild, how incredible.
All that we are having right now in Ukraine, and that's not
Anna,
the
how would you describe
Biden.
Anna, how would you describe the mood of the Ukrainian people? When I was there, like I say, 2 years ago, to a man and woman, whatever age that I met, there was this steely resolve of we've got to win this at all costs. But the cost has been enormous. So many cities.
And there's been a real sense of betrayal by the West. There's still people that hold hope that the West will actually step up to the plate, provide support, and that those terrains that are occupied will be free. That has been the sentiment of a very lovely person that I've interviewed lately. That's just heartbreaking.
Destroyed, so many people killed, all these children being taken and so on. Is there a mood now in the country that they just want peace, just want a deal, even if it means surrendering the territory that's been taken?
I don't think there is such a mood. Maybe there's division on that, but all the people that I've talked to say no. Zelensky may say one thing, but we don't agree with it. That's been the sentiment that I've sort of encountered. Why would we need to give up our territory? It's our territory. I don't agree with this. But of course, whether or not people agree with something and whether or not that is forced upon them are two different topics. But those are the sentiments that I've met with.
Nobody wants peace more than us. I live in a city that is bombed every day. My father has been killed. So, of course, we want peace, but that depends on what that peace is.
Yes.
Because nobody wants peace without any sort of justice, right? And that is the problem, because we have to consider our now, obviously, right? Even if the fire stops. So let's say my city stops being bombed every day. That's a bonus for me, obviously, right? And for my family and for my friends. But how important is that bonus? Because it's a temporarily bonus. We have to think about the future.
And to be honest, I don't think Ukraine having to give up territories in exchange for NATO member, I don't see that as justice. I see that as great injustice, especially to those in the occupied territories. But I don't see that as just a just peace at all.
That other people, other generations are not going to go through exact same things we went through. And that's quite important to most Ukrainians. But the mood, of course, have been solid. As you said, people were more enthusiastic before, specifically because of the, I would say, lack of care and lack of commitment from our allies, particularly the incredible amount of limitations on our long-range strikes. For example, as you know, UK actually gave us the long-range missiles, Storm Shadows, I believe they're called, and we couldn't really use them because of the limitations that were given to us, primarily by United States and by Biden, by the way, himself, his administration at least. So in that sense, there has been a sort of demoralizing effect, of course, because of the lack of aid, inconsistent aid from both United States and also European countries as well. And it's hard to sustain that sort of like, I'd say, hopefulness and will.
Although there are people that still do it. There are people that genuinely still keep this hopefulness. I've met some people that still keep this very hopeful attitude, even after all this.
You are not confident that you will have means to fight with properly.
Yes.
And that, I would say, dampened the mood.
Yeah, I understand that. Scott, you know, a lot of people have come on this show since this war started, and they've made the argument, which I know that you subscribe to, which is effectively the West and Ukraine goaded Russia into doing this by continually pushing for NATO membership.
That's nonsense. 2014, no NATO membership on the table, and yet Crimea annexed, Donetsk, Luhansk. It's just nonsense. It's a lie. It's a lie that the West eats up. It's nonsense. I'm sorry. It's complete non sequitur.
For NATO encroachment and so on, as the Russians saw it. There's another school of thought that this could have been resolved diplomatically. That actually, yeah, you can take that argument. You can see there's merit to that argument.
There is no merit to the argument. I'm sorry. I fail to see the merit.
Certainly to a degree. But it doesn't justify launching a full invasion of your neighbouring country. Would you accept that the invasion itself didn't actually have to happen?
Yes, I have a whole section in my book about all of Putin's different options that he could have taken. The book is not called Justified, why Russia had to do what they had to do. It's called Provoked, how Washington started the new Cold War with Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine.
No, I'm sorry. That's just... No.
Because the book is 700 pages of all of this going back to the end of the last Cold War. And with all due respect to the guy that shot bin Laden in the head, thank you. And with all due respect to this young woman whose poor country is being bombed to death and their opinions here, it's just not the case that what we have is a simple case of a Hitlerian, Putin-led Russia running roughshod and rampage.
When was the NATO membership? When was the NATO encroachment in 2014? When Crimea was annexed, Donetsk and Luhansk were annexed. What happened there? This is so stupid. This is such, America bad. America just provoked poor Russia. Russia is just a good old reasonable actor that is just defending itself. Come on.
And the only thing to stop them is when tough, good guys like us stand up to a bully like him. For example, in a war that they both sided.
The situation with Russia is so morally just black and white that you cannot think of a more black and white situation like save for World War II. This is so clear cut.
Times here today.
To try to insert this sort of, oh no, it was the US, it was a provocation, it was goading, NATO, Beto, potato. No, it's just Russia apologia. I'm sorry. That's how I see it.
Georgia war was begun by the American sock puppet, Saakashvili. He launched that war and killed Russian peacekeepers in his initial assault. And they lied about that.
Oh my God, really? Is this how we're gonna frame Russia annexing 20% of Georgian territory? How did it all start? Break it down for us. How did it all start? And what was the step-by-step? Oh God, really?
Led by John McCain during the campaign at the time in 2008. But even the New York Times later admitted that, yeah, it was true, that was how that war started. And it was and part of his motivation to do that was that Bush, a few months before, had given him sort of a suit.
It's all the US. It's all about the US. Everything's about the US. Always everything's about the US and how horrible the US is. Like, none of the countries in the region matter. None of us have any will. None of us have any sort of agency. None of us, including Russia, ironically enough. Because we're just not agents. We don't have agency.
NATO membership action plan for joining NATO, but you can't join NATO if you don't have settled borders. And Georgia had these two breakaway provinces under Russian protection. And
I wonder, can you tell me the story of those breakaway provinces? It is very interesting how all the neighbors of Russia suddenly have those breakaway provinces. Can you tell me more about that? Can you please elaborate how it just so happens that time and time again in countries bordering Russia, suddenly breakaway provinces happen and they are always under Russia's protection? How curious. There's such a... Okay.
So he was trying to reincorporate them so he would have a settled border so he could join America's military alliance, which completely blew up in his face and got a bunch of people killed. But that's just not the same thing as Putin.
Wow. What an interpretation of history. God, just cannot. I just cannot.
Putin wakes up every day scheming on how he can conquer Poland, and only America's threat of ultimate H-bomb annihilation is holding him at bay. It's just really not like that. It's much more complicated.
Yeah, because Putin has totally not mentioned Poland in his speech right before he invaded Ukraine. Putin has totally not mentioned how he wants to bring the Russian Empire to its borders from days past. That's totally not what happened. Sure. Yeah, of course.
Than that. And, again, back to your original question, it's not to say that he's justified in what he's done, but it's like if you get in a bar fight, and you're shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket, and he stabs you, that doesn't justify you shoving.
Hello, Frederick Culture. How did you find this stream? How have you find your way to the stream? Also, how are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying the stream? I guess I'll just ask you these questions for now. Maybe you've been here before, but hello. This is ridiculous. This is... Have I mentioned how much I hate this person? How much this person distorts history? How much nonsense are we... I can't understand why Anna's expression is like this. We're gonna need a palate cleanser after this because this is too much. We're really gonna need a palate cleanser after this. What is your name? Lucy. How's that? Like in the channel name. Wait, how did you find this stream? If you don't know my name, then I don't know. Have you just randomly stumbled upon this stream? What happened? Lucy Hazard, that's my name. That's the channel name. The channel name is my name. Oh my gosh. I'm not liking this so far. But apparently some really good general joins later on, so this becomes really entertaining later, apparently, from what I've heard. So we're just gonna have to watch and see. We're just gonna have to continue watching and see. There's a chance for you to communicate through a more saintly person than me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what are you saying? I'm sorry, what? I'm not sure what you're about. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue watching this. So far, it's a bunch of slogans. It's a bunch of empty rhetoric, not much actual knowledge, which is a bit shocking considering that supposedly this guy wrote a 700 pages book. And I'm getting really worried as to what the contents of that book are. I guess even people that are clueless can write books. Please come down. Surfing the net is fun for us, for people like me. We're explorers passing through. Well, welcome. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay for as long as you're here. Welcome, welcome. While you're here, why not join the page lucyhaza.org/live. Here you go. You can join this page. There you go. Alright, I'm not interested in yet another book. I think one needs to find solutions fast. Yeah.
Him doesn't justify him stabbing you, but also you were shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket, and don't pretend like he just woke up this morning looking to pick.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, poor Russia was just shoved and it just defended itself with a knife. Who reads this guy's books? He just feels so clueless on the matter.
Pick a fight with you. And one more thing here, a great example, and then I'll leave it.
I'm gonna send the thing. Tell and share your thoughts. I have opened the channel for you. Well, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Alright. Let's continue watching. Let's continue. I have no clue what you mean. I have opened the channel for you. You should subscribe. You should join the page and subscribe. Preferably tier 4. Alright, let's go.
Is the status quo in Crimea held from 1991 all the way through 2014. What changed was that, and there was a controversy over it. It's an extremely important Russian naval base there at Sevastopol and the rest of this. It was in controversy since independence, but the status quo held until the Barack Obama government overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second.
Oh my fucking god, yeah, of course, it's all about the US. What is the title of this dude's book? Is it It's All About the US? Because it sure feels like it. It sure feels like the title of this guy's book is It's All About the US. It's not the people of Ukraine that overthrew Yanukovych. No, it's the Barack Obama government. It's all about the US. The people of Ukraine could never have done anything on their own. Like, people like this probably think that it was the same for Poland in the 80s, that Polish people did not in fact overthrow their government. No, it was a CIA coup, I'm sure. What a ridiculous thing to say. I have no clue what you're talking about, Frederick, but continue watching by all means. Oh my god. Wow. Oh. Wow. All right, let's go.
Second time in 10 years. And then the new regime in Ukraine for the second time until the Barack Obama government overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second time in 10 years. And then
yeah, it's just that reaction was, yeah, it was completely like justified reaction. Like, hearing this sort of nonsense is just nauseating. We still hear this sort of rhetoric in 2020, almost 2025. It's just incredible. How many times does this nonsense have to be debunked? How many times does this sort of... It's incredible. It's just incredible.
The new regime immediately threatened to repeal and abolish the Kharkiv Pact, the agreement by which Russia was allowed to stay at Sevastopol. And it was only then that they seized the Crimean Peninsula. So it's not to say that, oh, it was...
What about Donetsk and Luhansk? Walk me through that one. Please. Walk me through it. It's just... Shut up.
Perfectly justified for them to do so. But it is to say that it was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who picked that fight, and then it was Putin who finished it. And then this is a big part of the reason why the war in the East broke out immediately, was because when the dissenters seized buildings in the East, and including with some Russian help, just like the Westerners helped the Maidan, they declared war against them. They overreacted at John Brennan's behest. We know this, it was reported in...
You have a few Russian sites in this category. Take care of that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who are you? Okay, let's continue.
Forbes, John Brennan went there on April 12th. They launched the war on the 14th. And the reason that they did that was because they...
It's all about the US.
The coup had already blown up in their face in the loss of Crimea. Right. So they weren't about to tolerate this kind of dissent in the East. It's not Russian propaganda. I'm a Texan. I don't even read Russian or know what the Russians say about this stuff.
Oh,
this is the history of the world.
I speak Russian. That's my...
That's fine. Listen,
can I please interject with that?
Well, let me just say right here. Anytime anyone contradicts the party line on this, That's all anyone ever says is that this is Russian propaganda, but that's just a bunch
Because
of
it
crap.
is.
They're playing.
Oh my God, this is. Well, yeah, of course. It's all about the US. It's all about the US. It's always all about the US. I'm so tired. What video archives? Did you link something? I'm sorry. YouTube does not allow links. I have no clue what you're talking about. Okay, let's continue.
You repeated it.
Me,
You repeated it in
and
English.
I'm just speaking the truth.
Are you getting money or not? I'm just
give me
wondering,
a break,
you know.
lady.
At least they pay
See,
you.
that really is all you have, because you can't contradict any of my facts, so you have to come up with.
Yes, your facts are very easily be contradicted. Oh my God, this is so silly. Your facts are very easily contradict your facts. Oh my God, my facts! You cannot contradict my facts.
Predict everything you said. I participated in Maidan.
No one in America
Can you shut
cares
up for
about
a
Russia
second?
at all, lady. Nobody in America cares about Russia. Back in the days.
That's a lie. That is such a lie. I cannot even begin to stress how much of a lie that is. The Red Scare. Excuse me. The U.S. does not care about Russia. Sure. Yeah, of course.
Communism. There were
Piers,
communists that did.
Can I please have a word? This person spoke quite a bit. We had given him a rooper to repeat Russian talking points and lies, blatant lies. So, you know,
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This person's so stupid. 700 pages book. God.
Yeah, well, Scott, let Anna just respond to what you were saying, Scott. I'm interested to hear her
a lot
response.
of bullshit was said, so it's kind of difficult to counter everything. Basically, it was not a coup. It was a revolution that millions of people participated in. The reason we participated, me included, I was 19 back in the day, it was because we had severe problems with corruption and a tyrannical...
Yep, and I have a very nice book somewhere around here about it. Oh, I don't have it with me. It's an account of the Maidan day by day by journalists. It's a really good book. Yeah, the corruption thing was a big factor when it came to, yeah. God.
Puppet of Russia, Yanukovych, who refused to make a treaty with the European Union, which is what most of the people in Ukraine wanted.
And it wasn't even an amazing treaty as well. It was just this entry into negotiations. It was not really an amazing deal. If you look at it, it was not that great. And still Russia just could not accept it. It was not an amazing deal. It was not. Yeah, it feels that way. Jesus Christ.
60-something%, and especially younger people wanted to move away from Russian control, from Russians owning every single business industry in my country, and to have some sort of like laws and order, and also have some sort of democracy.
And the European Union was seen as this sort of source that could cut the corruption, cut the nonsense, provide some justice to people, provide some rules, as Anastasia just said. Yeah, that was a big thing. I've already read you some quotes from the book during stream, how people felt this anger inside of them.
And liberty, that is what something people have in the West, and that's something that we did not have. So that was about, a revolution was about that, about students going and protesting and getting beaten up.
And then the parents joined up and it became a huge unifying movement. I know that Polish people saw that as the Ukrainian equivalent of the Solidarity movement and felt a lot of kinship with it.
Yanukovych then going to Russia to essentially ask Putin, his buddy, how can he stop the protesters, which he then made dictator laws that prohibited people to effectively protest at all in this country. So we didn't appreciate that, and we went, literally millions of people participated in Maidan. That is not a coup. That is not something you buy for Obama or Nuland cookies. I'm sorry to say, never received a single cookie yet. It's been a long time. And yeah, all of that, when going to Georgia is a whole other thing, but that's just what Russia does. It creates unrest. It supports militias in the countries, and then it basically floods them.
Yeah, basically creates those separate breakaway terrains. Of course, if you know anything about the region, if you know anything about Russia, you know this to be true. This Scott guy is just a propagandist. I don't know what his deal is, but I don't like him. I just don't like him.
Weapons, and it also applies its own soldiers to annex territory by the guise of protecting Russian speakers or any of that. Scott is a master, I believe Scott is the name, right, here, but I am a Russian speaker from eastern Ukraine. It's about as east as it gets in Kharkiv, and I didn't require their protection. I was never prosecuted. What they did is that they attacked us under the guise of protecting Russian speakers that was never prosecuted in this country, because half of us literally are Russian speakers. We have been Russified back in the day by Russian Empire. So yeah, this war is about not about you. I'm sad to say some things are not about America. This war is about our very long time, centuries-long oppressor trying to thrust us back under their control. And we didn't want that. People in Georgia don't want that, if you can see it by now, currently, by the revolution and the protests going on in the country. Yeah. Exactly for the same reason, because their corrupt Russian puppet government refused.
None of the peoples in this region want to go back to the situation of the Russian Empire or even the Soviet bloc, whatever, Soviet Union bloc sphere. It's all about the US. It's always all about the US. It's all about United States.
The people's will to be part of Europe. So it was never about NATO, because we never discussed joining NATO until Russian invasion. It was never even a conversation in Ukraine about joining NATO.
Oh, rolling your eyes. It's the reality of the situation. 2014, NATO was not on the table. Not at all. It was all about the European Union. And not even about the immediate joining of the European Union. It was about starting the process.
Oh, thanks for the lies, obviously. Also, yeah, they do have borders with NATO right now, and they had them before. Now it's even bigger. It doubled because Finland, in fear of Russia, joined NATO. That's why people join NATO, because they want protection from Russian aggression.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Rob?
That's why Poland joined. It was the primary reason, of course. It's just, of course, as soon as Poland was free from the Soviet bloc, from the Russian influence, of course, right away, we want to join the European Union, we want to join NATO. And interestingly enough, basically, most of my parents' generation speak Russian, and my generation just... no Russian. You don't want to learn the language anymore. I don't speak Russian. My mom speaks Russian. My father probably spoke Russian. My parents' friends all speak Russian. I don't speak it. I wonder why. What happened? What changed? You know, who knows?
You've been waiting patiently.
Hello, Coconut Island citizen. Hello. I'm just watching this, and I'm... Also, you're white. Somebody should give you a subscription. Hello. Hope you're doing well. I'm just baffled by this panel so far. It's incredible. But don't worry. Anastasia is going to receive some backup, and it's going to be glorious, apparently. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best in the world. So I have high hopes.
It's interesting. I mean, I find with these debates, I learn a lot, but I'm not entirely sure where the truth lies, having just heard...
Yeah, of course, because you're not educated. You're ignorant about the topic. That is the problem. That is the problem with those online debates. That people that have no clue what you're talking about are so eager to jump into the subjects, including this Scott guy. It's supposed to be some scholarly guy, but all he does is spout. It's all about the US. US bad. US controls everything. US provokes all the conflicts possible in the world. Hello, facing Pharma. You're white as well. You both should get subscriptions. Especially since things are getting expensive. Hello from Keith.
Two very different versions of the history here. What would you like to say?
Cool. Is the only one normal person in this debate a woman? Yes, the only adult in this conversation is a woman. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what I like to say is, obviously Anna has more experience than me. She lives there. She's lost family members, and having seen war firsthand, I know that most people don't want to be at war. Most people are trying to get on with their lives, and unfortunately, there are bad people that force this stuff. And my heart goes out to them too. And I'm definitely going to buy Scott's book after this. I'm actually sitting here on this panel learning a lot, and
I'm never going to buy Scott's book. It sounds like such a shit book. I'm sorry. I have to be harsh. Some tough love is required. It sounds like such a brain dead book. There are better books to read. Don't read Scott's book. Don't. Just don't.
Open-minded about stuff, because I used to be, America, apple pie, and we're the greatest in the world, but I've seen stuff that we've done. Sitting here in the United States, having worked in D.C. and living in New York,
yes, whether it's America's the greatest or America's the worst, it's always America-centered. Always. No matter what, it has to be America-centered. With no introspection, with no self-reflection. Just no, not at all.
I just don't like my taxpayer dollars going over to a place where people are funneling it into their own pockets and threatening a new.
Prove it. Prove it that what tax dollars, what is being sent to whom, who's funneling what money. Again, slogans. Very damaging slogans. Very damaging slogans. It's infuriating. It really is.
Nuclear war, because it doesn't matter who does it. If one nuke gets launched, if it's India to Pakistan or Israel to somewhere else, or the United States decides, the only country, by the way, to ever.
Nukes are bad. Did you know that nukes were bad? Did you know that nukes were dangerous and bad, and using nukes is bad? You're just saying words for the sake of saying words.
Drop a nuclear weapon on another country. If that happens again, we're going to go into a thing called nuclear winter, and you're going to want to die in the blast. You're not going to want to die doing that. My interest is in getting corrupt politics out. Well, first here, hopefully it starts in January, and then maybe it can spread somewhere else. You're never going to get rid of corrupt politicians, because narcissists are they just go there. Washington's full of them. I've been there. I've seen them. Obviously, Vladimir Putin's a horrible person.
I'm just overloaded with the empty slogans at play here. It's just too much. Too much. It's all too much for me. I don't even know what to say to this.
Person. I don't like Volodymyr Zelensky either. I'm tired of seeing innocent people get killed for other people getting rich, because that's.
Did you know that death is bad? Did you know that? People dying, that's bad? Yeah, okay.
What happens? I'm tired of seeing soldiers who don't want to be there, both Ukraine and Russia.
Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I should get back into historiography. Yeah, you should. History is really interesting. But don't learn it from Scott. I'm just gonna, oh, thank you. I'm just gonna say this. Don't learn anything from Scott's book. It sounds like a very, very bad book. You just waste time. Time is precious. There's nothing more precious in your life than time. And you're just gonna waste it reading Scott's book. There's just so many better things that you could do. You could pick your nose. You could go to the lake and throw rocks into the water. There's so many more meaningful things that you could do with your time rather than read Scott's book. I could name you a whole list. Lucy, how are you? Are you in dangerous area? I'm in Kiev, so it's not really a dangerous area per se. We're gonna have Anastasia on Sunday. She agreed to come on stream on Sunday, so we're probably going to be talking about this whole mess as well. That's gonna be interesting to discuss. You can't learn anything from Scott's book, so don't try to. Yeah, I think so. It's just wasted trees, to be quite honest with you. I just feel bad for the trees. But an epic general is gonna join this panel. It's gonna be glorious from what I've heard.
Fighting in trenches like they did in World War I and getting hit with suicide drones, which is the wave of the future, almost to the point where we're going to stop having manned jets because it's a waste of time when legions of drones will be fighting. I hate to.
Oh my God, the Elon Musk line. Jets are obsolete, even though they totally are not. Oh my God. Straight out of the Elon Musk playbook of nonsense.
See this escalation of force. I hate to see people getting rich everywhere, from the industrial complex to the military, of big pharma, of all that stuff. It's just sad as someone who went somewhere, risked my own life to kill the #1 terrorist in the world, and now wonder if some of the places we went were even worth it, or we're just making people like Dick Cheney rich. So that's why I'm here, and I'm just open-minded. I want to hear what Cenk has to say. Buying the book, love to hear Scott's book, love to hear what Anna's saying, and.
Well.
And I'm honest to God, just learning stuff here today. So
do you know what? That's such a great, honest answer, Rob. That's why I love having you on Uncensored, because you're an honest.
God, it's such. Oh, this is why I love you, because you give us so much worthless fluff that sounds nice to the ear. You just give us so much nothing that we can just pleasantly listen to. It's great. I love having you on the show. Amazing. That's just wonderful. It's wonderful you're on. Wow. Well.
This guy. And I really appreciate that. I feel the same way. I don't profess to be a great expert here. Cenk, I'm going to come to you in a second. I'm just going to have a quick break to speak to the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, General Wesley Clark.
There we go. This is where it becomes good, from what I understand. This is where it becomes really, really good. So brace yourselves. Because apparently he's about to teach some people a lesson. He's about to teach some people and hear a lesson in humility, and I'm here for it, quite frankly.
General, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Oh, happy to be here, Piers. I'm listening to this panel. Look, there's a lot of misinformation. I was in Ukraine on the 31st of March. I went through Maidan. I talked to the people. I looked at the lamppost where Putin's henchmen had killed a bunch of Ukrainians. There were a bunch of bullets still embedded in the lamppost.
I think Polish journalists were among the first, by the way, to talk about the Maidan, because there was a sense of solidarity between solidarity and movement and Maidan.
I followed it very, very closely. I don't know exactly what you want to talk about. If I'd been on your panel, I would probably disagree with most of them. The people in Ukraine are fighting for democracy. NATO didn't push itself to the borders. It was drawn to the borders by the people in Eastern Europe who wanted freedom.
Yes. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God Oh.
They wanted freedom from Russian oppression. That's why NATO expanded in response to them. Not because NATO wanted to expand, it's because in order to stabilize, you had to be able to provide investment, and to get investment, people needed security, and they were living in fear of Russia coming back.
Yes.
Now, when did Putin...
That was definitely the case for Poland.
...decide to come back? As soon as he became president in 1999, at the speech he made in the inauguration of President Kuchma in Ukraine. Putin said, Ukraine and Russia, we're more than brothers, we're in each other's souls. Poland sent its national security advisor to see me after that, said, he's trying to restore the Soviet Union. He's coming after us. So this is a long-held ambition by Mr. Putin. Yeah. And he's seen weakness in the West repeatedly. And that weakness has encouraged him to move. And it's going to continue until the West shows strength. And that strength means providing much more to Ukraine, bringing Ukraine into NATO, and saying to Mr. Putin very directly, look, stop. We're not interested in strategic arms discussions. We're not interested in investing in your economy. We're not interested in having nice conversations in Switzerland with you until you pull back, return the children, account for the inductees.
Yes.
Bring to trial the war criminals that have been indicted in Ukrainian courts.
So that would include Putin, so. Well, you know.
And you owe us close to $1 trillion in destruction of our country.
True.
So, Piers, these are very clear lines. This is 1937, 1938. And you would have heard the same kind of apologists for Hitler. You would have heard them saying the peace in Versailles was unfair, and the French, and there's corruption and so forth. There's corruption in every government. It's there in your government. It's there in the United States. It's there in Ukraine, but it's never the same as it is in Russia, where organized crime works as an arm of the government connected to the intelligence agencies to assure that Putin and his cronies get what they want. So I think it's a very difficult time. I don't know how the negotiations are going to turn out, but I would tell you this, that Mr. Trump's in a tough position, because if he gives Putin what he wants, he looks weak to the rest of the world.
True.
And if he looks to the rest of the world, China's going to move. We've got in the United States a window now to do something in the Middle East, and I think Netanyahu probably will ask Mr. Trump to do it and pose a choice for the Iranian regime, either knock off the hegemonial aspirations and shut down this arc of resistance, including the weapons to the Houthis, or face the consequences. With Iran, you have to go to the source. With Russia, you have to stand firm. We've had deterrence in place for 70 years. We have nuclear weapons. Putin doesn't want to use a nuclear weapon. He's afraid of nuclear weapons, but he's using them to threaten. So people like your bearded guy whose name I didn't get, people who are repeating Russian talking points.
True.
That's exactly what the woman
He wrote a whole book about it, in fact.
From Ukraine said. Now, I will tell you that people in Ukraine are suffering, and they would love an end to this conflict. They didn't choose it. It was forced on them. But the only way it's going to be successfully resolved is by strong U.S. leadership. And Mr. Trump is in a position where no matter what he said about ending the war in 24 hours, he's in a position where he simply cannot and will not.
The bearded guy's name I didn't get. That's... I like it.
Not concede everything that Putin wants. He won't do it. If he does, you won't make America great again. You'll invite war elsewhere in the world. So I see you brought in the rest of the panel here.
Yeah.
I'll stop.
Well, no, you know what, General? I've interviewed you many times. I've seen you interview many times. I've never seen you quite this angry. It feels to me like you're angry about where things...
Oh, no kidding. There's good reasons to be angry here.
I'm angry about Piers, I'm angry about hearing misinformation from some...
Where things have
I'm
got
angry
to.
about... Piers, I'm angry about hearing the misinformation from some members of
True.
your... Okay? Now,
Can I respond, please?
Can I explain something before you talk, please, sir? I was at the beginning of NATO enlargement. I was there at the beginning. I talked to foreign leaders. I set up the program as a staff officer in the Pentagon. I was the NATO commander who went to Bulgaria and Romania and Estonia and Latvia. And they told me, we've got to be in NATO. They didn't say, hey.
Poland also basically said we have to be. Like when the talks about joining the European Union started, Poland basically said, but it sort of comes with the territory that will also join NATO, right? It's a package deal, right? We're gonna join the European Union, but also NATO, right? So.
Hey, if you want us, okay, but you blah, 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 blah. We said we don't want you. It's too much of a problem. They said, please, please help us. And so that's exactly what happened. That's how we got there. In 2014, when Putin went into Crimea, the Ukrainians could have stopped it, but they asked the United States, what should we do? And the United States told them, give up Crimea. Why? Because we wanted Putin's cooperation in the Middle East and with Iran to stop Iran's nuclear program. When Putin went further in Donbass, we provided information, but we provided no lethal assistance to Ukraine. For all these years, the United States administration was timid in dealing with Putin. It's like one member of the administration said recently, of the Biden administration said, oh, we never expected that. Nuclear weapons, I mean, ooh. Nuclear weapons have been the foundation for Western security since the end of the Second World War. We've had near confrontations with the Soviets. And because American presidents didn't back down, we didn't have war. Now, Mr. Trump has put himself in an extremely difficult position. But all of our talk about Ukraine and telling Ukraine in advance, are you going to have to give up your territory?
Yeah,
and by
that's
the way,
weakness.
you're not going to be a
Internet.
member of NATO. Let's not do any of this right now. Let's put the forces, let's get the forces in Ukraine the weapons and support they need so that the people who have already been mobilized can have these weapons and provide the reserves that are necessary in Ukraine. Let's leave an open-ended commitment for Mr. Trump. Let's tell the Ukrainians, strike to your heart's content in Russia. You get no sanctuary, Mr. Putin. You started this, you pay the price. And then let's go into the talk with understanding what we want. We want all of Ukraine's land back. We want reparations. We want the children returned. We want the missing people accounted for.
True.
And we want the war criminals put on trial. And then we can talk about sanctions relief. No sanctions relief until the conditions are satisfied.
True.
And, you know, it's very hard for democracies to be able to stand up to a man like Putin. He doesn't have to worry about re-election. But we need the leadership in the West. I've seen it in some countries. Macron sometimes comes off very strong. Britain has come off very strong in this. And right now, the Biden administration is trying to surge support into Ukraine. And I think President Trump, when he comes in, is going to realize that whatever his relationship is with Mr. Putin and however many times he's called him, he's not going to easily give in and sacrifice Ukraine. He can't afford to. And Putin's already threatened him.
Piers.
Putin's already told him that he's worried about his safety. That's like Tony Soprano saying to you, I'm really worried about the way you're walking across the street. So I'm not angry, Piers, except that there's a lot of misinformation out there.
Can I get in here and respond now, Piers, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, General, thank you. Just, if you don't mind, I'll bring the others
Scott
in.
is fuming.
I've got to say, you have articulated exactly what I've been feeling this entire time. And I've started to think
I don't believe that. Sure, Piers Morgan. Yeah, I believe you, of course. Yeah, sure, I believe you.
Going completely mad. But to have somebody with your experience, particularly about from the very start of NATO, outlining what I believe has been the way this has all played out, is actually quite reassuring to me that I've not gone nuts. Let me bring in Cenk because you've not had a chance to respond
wait
for
a
a
minute.
while.
He,
No,
Piers,
Scott,
he
Scott,
said
I'm
that
going
I
to come
was
to you.
repeating-
Scott, I will come to you after Cenk. But I must let Cenk have his say. Cenk, you've been listening to all this very different opinions. But what is
He is so mad, and I love it. I love how mad this dude is. He's gonna be put in his place. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. And I'm here for
your
it.
reaction?
Yeah, I want to tell you my thoughts, and then I actually would love to ask General Clark a question. And so,
What a refreshing moment when instead of a bunch of slogans, you actually hear a few facts on this panel. What a how refreshing, actually. This is not something that happens very often. Finally.
look, I understand both sides of this equation. And so, if you're the Ukrainians, imagine if some other nation had taken 20% of America. Would we want to give up? Would we want to go, oh, yeah, it's okay. Just take Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, etc. It's fine. No, we'd hate it, and we'd fight forever, right? So I understand that. On the other hand, you know, when General Clark starts talking about the nuclear weapons, I get super scared because...
Yeah,
what if
you're a wimp. You're a coward. You sacrifice millions upon millions for the not to feel scared. That's the reality of the situation. Because you're scared, you're willing to just throw 40 million people under the bus, or more potentially, if other countries get involved.
Trump's bluff gets called at some point. I mean, Trump's main bluff is, oh yeah, you better not mess with me. I'm crazy. I'll make this war much bigger if you mess with me. Yeah, but what if Putin says, yeah, go ahead? Well, then we're in a lot of trouble, right? Because I don't want to get involved in a war like this. I don't want to get involved with nuclear weapons, etc. On the other hand, your point about Russian aggression is definitely true. I can't stand these people starting wars, taking territory, and it breaks my heart to see it, the kidnapped children, etc. So, but General Clark, the question I wanted to ask you, and you know how much I respect you, and we have a relationship before. And by the way, the audience should know, General Clark is the one that called out the neocons for trying to invade 7 countries at once, including the Iraq War. And so he's earned a lot of respect by doing that. But General Clark, this is a genuine question, which is, okay, but if we go with what you're saying, how long do we fight? How long does Ukraine fight? How much money?
I mean, come on, if the aid was properly given, it would not be such a long fight. Okay? Trust me, it would not be 10, 20 years.
Do we spend? How many years of war do we
until Russian troops are out of Ukraine?
Have to endure? And what if Ukraine just doesn't win? So let's say we go another 2 years, 5 years, 20 years. How do we resolve it if Ukraine can't win?
Well, I think what you have to do is understand that this war will go on until Putin believes he can't win. So all the discussion in the West about how to preemptively surrender territory and all this, it all feeds Putin's appetite. He understands from all this discussion that the West is weakening in its will, and therefore if he just keeps shoving soldiers forward, that eventually the West will comply and cut off assistance to Ukraine and tell Ukraine, good luck, hope you enjoy being part of Poland again, because that's his aim. He doesn't really care about Lviv. What he wants is the north coast of the Black Sea and Odessa, and of course Kharkiv and Kyiv and so forth, and then he wants the rest of Europe, Eastern Europe, that used to be under Soviet dominion. He needs this in order to be able to confront China, and this is the ultimate fear of Russia and its leadership, and they know they can't confront China unless they have control over Eastern Europe, including the Baltics and Poland, and the rest of the Balkan.
Yep, that is true.
Balkan Peninsula, and so it's a long-term geostrategic game. And Cenk, I just tell you this: there's no American soldiers over there getting killed, and most of the money that's been appropriated by the United States has gone to buy new weapons in the United States. We're giving them the old stuff, the old ATACMs. We've just recently even reprioritized our military sales program. We're still selling ATACMs to Morocco. Now, why does Morocco need 60 ATACMs? I don't know. But we're selling stuff off Patriots all over the world. That stuff should go to Ukraine.
True.
As long as the United States stands firm, we won't have nuclear weapons and nuclear war. Putin doesn't want it either.
Yep.
But he does believe right now that we will collapse. And he will continue to threaten the nuclear and play the nuclear card.
Yeah.
Because that's the way the Russians play it.
Yeah.
And so you just have to stand firm against it.
Mm-hmm.
And you need strong leadership, and you need the American people behind you. And what you
True.
have to understand is that Putin understands how to manipulate public opinion. In every country in Europe, there are people there saying, just like one of the gentlemen on this panel said, you know, this is crazy, and people are getting killed, and I'm tired of seeing people dying, and we've got to have peace. In 1937, 38, in Europe, everybody had fresh memories of the First World War. It was a horrible experience. A whole generation of British young men were wiped out. The French got so bad that in one group of French divisions, they pulled out every 10th soldier and shot him for cowardice. Nobody wanted a repeat of the First World War. And so Hitler occupied the Rhineland against instruction. Hitler rearmed. Hitler rebuilt the military. And at every stage, there were people who said, well, this is really dangerous, but please, we can't think about it. It can't be another world war. So we're revisiting this in a slightly different form today. If we believe in democracy, if we believe in what we set up, if we believe in the lessons we learned from the Second World War, then we've got to stand firm against Mr. Putin.
Yes.
President Biden should have said to him, look, bud, you come after Ukraine, I promise you, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. But he didn't say that.
And you should have lost by now. I'm sorry. It's...
And he's never said that.
No, he hasn't.
That's the policy has to start.
Okay. General, thank you very much. Let me bring Scott Horton in to respond
Scott,
to that.
okay, like, what sort of stupid arguments are we going to hear from Scott here? Because I'm bracing myself.
Because you're being compared to the people back in the late 30s who just didn't see the danger of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, it's completely preposterous, and it's the refuge of scoundrels who have run out of arguments. I think anyone could see that. It's the same thing.
We're gonna see if it really is a refuge of scoundrels that run out of arguments. We're gonna see in a few moments, I feel.
As this endless claim. I mean, isn't this just a talking point that anyone who disagrees is repeating Russian talking points? I don't sit around watching RT all day, memorizing what the Russian regime says and repeating that. I wrote a book that's 775,000 words.
Oh my gosh, I wrote a book.
Most of it is American graybeards talking about how they know better than the thing that they're about to do and then doing it anyway.
I wrote a book.
And, one of the things that I talk about in there, although I couldn't find too much about General Clark's role in this, but when there was a debate, and I'd like to pose this in the form of a question to him, when there was a debate in the 1990s in the Bill Clinton administration about whether to do NATO expansion or whether to do the Partnership for Peace, was it not the Secretary of Defense, William Perry, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, John Shalikashvili, with the help of General Clark? Weren't they the ones who argued the Pentagon for peace? Let's do the Partnership for Peace instead of NATO expansion. And it was Richard Holbrooke and Talbot and Lake who outclassed the Pentagon in office politics and forced through NATO expansion instead. And the William Perry, John Shalikashvili, and I believe at the time, Wesley Clark argument was, we don't want to redraw the dividing line in Europe. Yes, it's true. A lot of these countries that used to be dominated by Soviet communists in the battle days, of course, want to join NATO. But we got to look at what's good for us. And what's most important for us is that we keep a decent relationship, a stable relationship with Russia. And
so we need to throw away as many countries under the bus as possible. If this guy had his way, Poland would not be in NATO now.
One great way to do that would be to, as they said they were going to do at the time, Piers, turn NATO into a political organization, sort of like the EU plus America. But then they would have, instead of an alliance, because there's no enemy anymore, now we would have the partnership.
What do you mean there's no enemy?
For peace, a new security architecture, and Russia, the Russian Federation, and Ukraine would be members of it. And then that way, Ukraine's neutrality as a obviously extremely important country locked between European civilization and
That is
Russia.
so naive. That is, oh my God. Please, for the love of God, do not read this man's book. Whatever you do, do not read this man's book. Don't.
Will not, the controversy will be settled with a pseudo, like a de facto permanent neutrality there. And then what happened was the Hawks won the argument. And then as all of the graybeards said at the time, oh no, you see what we're doing? We're just redrawing the line. The policy has gone from containment to friends to neo-containment. This is before W. Bush ever even came to town.
Okay, well, let me put that point then to someone who, by the way, for the record, does not have a grey beard, General Clark. But would you like to respond to what you just heard?
It's actually, you're right. We had a multiplicity of interests with Russia at the time the Clinton administration came in. And the first interest was to control the nuclear weapons that were in Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and the loose nukes argument took priority. And we got legislation passed, the Nunn-Lugar Agreement amendment. Basically, we put billions of dollars into helping control the former Soviets' nuclear arsenal. And as part of that, we assured Ukraine that when they gave up their nuclear weapons, and Russia signed on to this, that their boundaries would be respected. You see, in 1991, Ukraine had already voted in favor of independence. The people in Ukraine never wanted to be under Russian control. It's a separate culture. It's a different language. If you look up, and I don't know if you speak Russian, but apparently you don't, but I do. And I thought, well, I'll just go, brush up on my Russian and be able to speak Ukrainian. It's a different language. And it's a different culture. It's a different history. Ukraine's been independent in the past. And it was one of the first subjects of Russia's imperial ambitions going back to Catherine the Great. And the way that it operates is, it's not a nice colonialism. It's an ugly colonialism in which Russia says, I'm in charge here. I want a part of your business. And they buy people and they influence. And I've met many Ukrainian leaders over the years, including some who've made billions of dollars off their associations with Russia. So when the United States looked at this in the early 1990s, we were hopeful that there would actually be democratic reform in Russia.
Oh, thank goodness. What do you even get out of having a good relationship with Russia? Cheap oil? I guess.
It didn't happen. And as Bill Clinton traveled abroad in 1993 and in 1994, and he looked at it himself and talked to these East European leaders who were emerging, they begged Clinton to give us the protection of NATO. And so that weekend that you're referring to when Al Gore made the speech that Richard Holbrooke wrote in Berlin, and yes, I checked with my bosses in the Pentagon. I said, no, of course we're not in charge of. We don't want NATO enlargement. We've got enough problems. Don't bring any other issues. Partnership for Peace had already been established. Russia was a member of it, and I said.
Let me listen to that again.
I said, no, of course we're not. Berlin, referring to when Al Gore made the speech that Richard Holbrooke wrote in Berlin, and yes, I checked with my bosses in the Pentagon. I said, no, of course we're not in charge of. We don't want NATO enlargement. We've got enough problems. Don't bring any other issues. Partnership for Peace had already been established. Russia was a member of it, and I said to my boss, I said, they keep putting this thing in here about enlarging NATO, and I keep scratching it out, and it keeps coming back in. And sure enough, Vice President Gore gave that speech. and he gave it at the direction of the President of the United States because President Clinton himself, in going through Eastern Europe, had looked and listened to the leadership there. He knew the history, he knew foreign relations, he knew foreign policy, and he determined that the best avenue for peace forward was to both provide security for Eastern Europe through opportunities for NATO membership if they wanted it, and work with Russia and give Russia a special relationship with NATO. So we formed the NATO-Russia Council. The NATO-Russia Council had all the members of NATO listening to Russia and all of its concerns in 1997, 1998, 1999. I was there sitting in that council when former Russian Foreign Minister Yevgeny Primakov gave us a lecture. Russia has no permanent friends. Russia has only permanent interests. And he's looking at me, and I know who he was. He's the guy who basically started the Palestinian terrorist organizations as a KGB agent. And he knew who I was, and we knew each other. And I knew what he was saying. He was saying that Russia didn't appreciate NATO, wouldn't cooperate with NATO, and was going to go its own way. He later ran for president, lost to Vladimir Putin. But the point is that the United States worked assiduously to try to bring stability to Eastern Europe, including working with Russia. And it was Russia that really didn't want this. From the beginning, we actually had hopes that Russia might join NATO. But from the beginning of Putin's time, he crushed democracy, crushed dissent, and step-by-step consolidated power using the mafia, the Russian mafia, and the intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
And so we are in the position where we are today. I've always wished I could talk to Putin and say, look, it's not that we disrespect you. We like Russia. We love Russian music, culture, your history. There's so many great things that have come out of Russia. But you can't step on other people. You can't treat people that way. You can't invade other countries. We're not going to invade you. There's no threat here. I was with the Russian foreign minister when we were dealing with the Conventional Foreign Forces in Europe Treaty in 1998. And Minister Ivanov said, well, under this treaty, in a time of tension, NATO could put a division in Slovakia on the borders of Russia or of Belarus. And I said, Mr. Minister, one NATO division on the borders of Belarus is a threat to Russia? Come on now. Ivanov laughed. He knew it wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
He knew it.
Yeah.
And so, you just, I'm not accusing anybody of reading and repeating what Russia's telling you to say. I'm saying there's a lot of misinformation out here.
Yeah.
But we are where we are. And the only way.
Well, can I ask just one short follow-up there, Piers?
Very quickly. We have to wrap. So
He's
very quickly, yeah.
so mad. He is so angry. Oh, Scott is fuming. Scott is fuming because all what this general is saying is rendering his 700 plus book worthless, as it is. Quite frankly, never read this book.
Sure. Yeah, very briefly. I wonder, General Clark, if you're aware that your then boss, William Perry, he later told The Guardian that it was the greatest regret of his life that he did not do every single thing he could to stop Clinton from going down the path of NATO expansion.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here's what I'll do, Scott. I'll just ask General Clark, and please.
So angry. This dude is so mad. Oh.
Be brief if you don't mind, General Clark. But was Clinton right or wrong, looking with hindsight?
Well, I think Clinton was right in hindsight because when you unravel what actually happened with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and I have the greatest respect for Dr. Perry.
And you have the whole CIS initiative that started right as the dissolution was happening.
But the KGB, there's a book written on this called Putin's People, and you can read it. But basically, the KGB saw it collapsing in the late 1980s. They didn't trust Gorbachev. They moved the money to the West. When democracy started, most of the people in the political parties in Russia were former intelligence agents. They'd been schooled in how to campaign. They formed different political parties to make it appear as though There were different parties, but in reality, they were anxious to regain power. And so we never really followed through with the opportunity that the dissolution of the Soviet Union presented to us.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we could have sent democracy trainers into the Soviet Union. We didn't. We had the National Endowment for Democracy. It was just scratching the surface. We never really reached out to the Russian people. It's a different culture. They don't understand it. They're isolated. And just like the American people don't understand foreign policy, neither do the Russian people. A UN diplomat told me once, he said, you Americans are like the Russians. Most of your people don't even have passports. You live far from national borders. You don't have any appreciation for other nationalities. We could have extended a stronger hand in friendship. And I'm talking not Clinton, I'm talking about George H. Bush when it happened.
Yeah.
We just didn't do it. And we had a very brief window to make a great difference. We didn't. I think that the protection we provided through NATO membership for the countries of Eastern Europe and that we want to extend to Ukraine has been really important. If you look, I drove a couple of times from Eastern Poland into Ukraine. In Eastern Poland, the houses are painted, the fields are cultivated, everything looks good. As soon as you go across that border, the difference in prosperity is marked. And it's marked because Ukraine hasn't had the protection of the European Union and NATO. And that's why the people in 2014, 2013, and Maidan, they saw this. Ukraine and Poland were economically similar in the 1980s. But by 2014, Poland's GDP per capita was 2 or 3 times what it was in Ukraine, simply because Poland had the association with the West, with its security provided by NATO. So we've got to get through what is more than a bump in a road. It's a critical period.
Scott is fuming. I can tell. I can tell. Welcome back, Vaderate. It's great to have you here. Scott is so mad. I can tell. I can tell Scott is not pleased. But I am. I am pleased.
An international policy where we're going to decide whether the rule of law prevails or we're going to go back to the 19th century competition between empires and emperors, and to hell with the people underneath. And that's where we are right.
I've got to leave it there. I don't want to, actually. I could honestly do another 2 or 3 hours of this. It has been an absolutely fascinating conversation with all of you. I really appreciate you all joining me. I've got to leave it there reluctantly, but thank you very much indeed.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Piers, nice to be with you.
Thank you.
We're going to be talking to Anna on Sunday, I believe. So if you have any questions to her, I'll ask her directly. If you want me to talk about anything, ask about anything, or, and we can talk about it when we talk on Sunday.
In general. Well, just before we go, a quick look at what on earth has gone on in South Korea over the past 48 hours.
All right, that's it. That is the video. What do you think? How do you feel? Was that good or was that good? I felt that was good. The general joining, oof, that was good. Scott just fumed. Did not have anything of substance to add. The only thing that I disagree was with the general is the little bit about Catherine the Great, but the general is not a historian. Look, I can look past it, okay? Catherine the Great thing is a little bit more complicated. It's about nations, how they formed, etc., how they didn't exactly exist during Catherine the Great's time, but that is something that I can easily forgive. It was all right. It was good. I really am happy that the general was able to join. for the duration. Alright, I will tell her that, definitely. Alright, let's get to the next topic of tonight. Because it's already 4 a.m. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, then we're gonna do something else, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back with you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope it's all good.
It seems not.
What is this? Jesus. How long have we been? 3 hours, 26 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Then we're gonna jump into a different topic. Talk about Romania briefly because the election result has been nullified, and I want to talk about that because I've been talking about Romania quite a lot. We've had a few Romanian segments. I want to talk Romania once again. I hate the Russian government and I think EU is better deal, but I understand with you got a lot of austerity and stuff like that. Harsh economic pressures from rapidly reducing trade barriers, balancing budget, things like that, right? Like, I think Ukraine had to cut some social benefit while trying to join EU. I'm not sure about that. I have to look into it, but definitely Ukraine has to deal with its legal system, I believe. That's what Poland had to do. It has to deal with its corruption. That's what Poland definitely had to do. Mixed results. But yeah. Lesser evil. Definitely lesser. Definitely lesser evil. We're gonna be talking about... I was feeling struck by admiration. So we're going to be talking about Romania now. Damn, we should play more games. Oh, apparently Sapkowski thinks games are great. Romania, Romania, Romania. Oh. Will somebody write me in the cathedral? All right. Hold on. Wait. What am I doing? Let's catch up with the blanket looks cozy. It is pretty nice. Okay, let's get to the topic at hand. And the topic at hand is Romania. How the current Prime Minister, TLDR. Wait, I'm gonna have to. Let me fetch an article. I love reading articles. I love reading. I love reading with all of you. So we're gonna fetch an article, find an article. Okay, we're gonna catch it like a Pokemon. I like this. Oof, I like this. Gosh, I like this. Where is the... Okay, let's find the article here. I want to talk about it. And then I'll give you TLDR. Ooh, oh no, oh crap. That's not good. But I want Romania. Uh-oh. There we go. Romania will vote again. So, TLDR of what's happening. Okay? We're gonna... Hold on, I have to... Before I give the TLDR, I have to make sure everything's kosher. I have to make sure everything's okay. Article, properties. Yes, we're in a good place. TLDR. Welcome back. Lucy, do you feel joy since Christmas will be here soon? Partially. We'll see. I might be spending Christmas time in volunteer kitchen place in Kharkiv. We'll see. We'll see. But help me by donating, okay? Help me by donating. I need funds if I want to pull anything that I want to do off. I need your help. Also, somebody should gift a subscription to Coconut Island Citizen. Alright, so... TLDR. Current Prime Minister of Romania ran for president. He was hoping to not allow the far-right vote to divide. So he supposedly excluded one of the candidates from running. The other independent far-right candidate was kept in the race. He garnered votes. The current prime minister was hoping to run against him for the first round to end up with him as first place, the far-right guy as the second place, and for a center-right candidate to be excluded. What actually ended up happening is that the far-right candidate was first, the center-right candidate was second, and the current prime minister was third. It was very unexpected. It was very shocking. There was a court order to do a recount of the vote, and the current prime minister has decided to withdraw from the race and said that he'll instead focus on the general election and on becoming prime minister again. That was the situation that we have found ourselves in. And now the Supreme Court of Romania has apparently nullified the result of the first round of the elections completely. And we are back to square one. The Romanian people will vote once again. Round one of the elections will be completely repeated. So we're going to read an article. We're going to read this article. We're going to discuss it. It is very interesting. There's been suspicion of Russian meddling when it comes to the Romanian election because, of course, we are in a situation with Slovakia, Hungary being more pro-Russian and more anti-Ukrainian, where should Romania follow suit, Poland would end up as basically the only country to the close to Ukraine, bordering Ukraine, that would be friendly to Ukraine, which would be a very bad state of affairs. That would not be very good. Hello, Ginger Snaps back. Thank you very much. Well, we meet again, looking lovelier than ever, Doc. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ginger. It's been a while, Ginger Snaps back. It's been a while. Thank you. I'm using my welcome from Kiev. I'm in Kiev right now. I'm streaming from Ukraine, where I do some interviews with organizations and people. So this is where we are. Okay? I'm just gonna read this article, and we're gonna be talking about it. Okay. All right. Article. Properties. We're gonna talk about it right now. Well, we read it. I'm gonna make myself smaller. Smaller. I'm gonna make myself very small. Good night, Greater Rain. Thank you, as always, for being here. So yeah, this is where we are. Romania to vote again after Constitutional Court annuls first round of presidential election. Romania's Constitutional Court has annulled the first round of the country's presidential election in an act unprecedented in the modern history of Romania. So this sort of situation has not happened in its modern history, that the Supreme Court would just decide first round is null void, we're going to repeat it. People are going to have to come and vote again. And this time we're going to do it right. This was not done correctly. We're going to have to repeat the whole thing. Thank you for the $5. It has. I'm clean of the drugs finally. Also, holy snaps. Congrats, doing big things. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope maybe you could call in one day. I think we used to talk on stream, so maybe you could call in and maybe we could catch up. We could catch up. Catch up. We could catch up and, talk a bit on stream. Thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. And thank you for being here in the stream. All right, let's continue. Coming just 2 days before Romanians were due to vote in the runoff ballot, the decision by the court made during an emergency sitting on Friday means that the whole election procedure will have to be repeated. That was something that has been speculated that could happen, that the general election would happen and then that Romanian voters might end up having to vote again. That has been a scenario that has been pretty widely speculated as far as I remember. It's not something that has been decided to be out of the question. It also comes a day after declassified intelligence documents were released alleging that a foreign country ran a disinformation campaign over social media networks to promote a far-right pro-Russia candidate who stormed to victory in the first round despite being considered a rank outsider before the vote. I wonder what country is being invoked here. I wonder what sort of influence are we talking about here? A foreign country running a disinformation campaign to promote a pro-Russia candidate. I wonder who the culprit could be of such a misinformation campaign. I wonder if there's a country, in fact, that is famous for running such misinformation campaigns. In Moldova, to a certain degree, even in the US, in Africa, in Georgia. I wonder if we'll ever learn what that country was that ran the misinformation campaign. I'm curious. I am very, very curious if we'll ever learn. We might never learn. Who knows? Călin Georgescu scooped 22.9% of the vote, even though he polled in single figures before the election, in a victory that stunned Romania. He had been due to run against Elena Lasconi, a center-right candidate in Sunday's election. And keep in mind, the current prime minister was supposed to be the person that was projected to be the #1 winner of the first round. In another twist to the story, prosecutors in Romania have said that they have initiated 2 criminal investigations into events surrounding the first round vote. The intelligence documents appear to show that thousands of internet accounts were created as part of a broader effort to influence the election. So there was meddling. There was, I dare say, there's high suspicion of Russian meddling in Romanian Romanian affairs. And there's a good reason for that, which I've explained. It is a very crucial country because of its geography, because of the border that it shares with Ukraine, because of the current geopolitical situation. If Romania goes the way of Slovakia and Hungary, we might end up in a situation where Poland will be one of the only countries that are supportive of Ukraine. Let me see, Eastern Europe map. Yeah, here we go. You have Poland, bordering Ukraine, you have Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. And basically, Slovakia is very anti-Ukraine right now with its Fico and with its government. Hungary, Orban, anti-Ukraine. And now we have Romania. And if Romania ends up like Slovakia and Hungary, Poland would end up being basically the only country that would be supportive of Ukraine. So yeah, of course, there'd be very extensive meddling when it comes to the election. The documents could cast doubts over Georgescu's participation in the rerun elections if it is proved to be that he benefited from the alleged disinformation campaign. So he could be excluded? Interesting, he could be excluded from running. Political experts in Romania expect the country's parliament to extend the mandate of Klaus Iohannis, the current president, until the electoral process to find his successor comes to an end. Just when the new elections will be held remains unclear. So this is the situation, and I think this is a positive turn of events. It is a positive turn of events that Romania is protecting itself from foreign influence, and it's protecting itself from being swayed towards a certain specific sphere of influence. I will put it like that. Romania is doing the right move, in my opinion, with this restarting of the procedure of this redoing round one of the presidential election. That is my opinion. Apparently, the general election has ended in the pro-European Union party more or less winning, so the parliament will not be pro-Russian. There was no real threat of the far-right pro-Russian parties forming a majority in the parliament, but there was a fear of the surge of popularity of the far-right within Romania, especially after the first round of the presidential election. So we will see. We will see. We will see how this redoing of the election will turn out. I'm hoping that it'll be a bit different than the first time. And I'm hoping, really, really hoping, that Romania will not move towards being like Slovakia and Hungary. I have great hopes for that. And I'm really glad that Poland moved away from its far-right populist, from having a far-right populist government. Okay. So we have done this. We have done this. And now, how is everybody? Are you all still here? Is everybody still here? When will this nightmare end? Will President Sunday streaming again? What's happening? What's happening with President Sunday? Kyiv. When Ukraine was the third largest nuclear power, it was a mistake. We could watch this from the Kyiv Independent. What is President Sunday up to? I just don't get it. So how is everybody doing? Oh, I'm so stoked. I'm here. Hello, fake Alec Hal Parker. Thank you for being here. So, do you want me now to continue with the politics of things? Or would you like me to play a game a bit? Hello, Ty. Hello, Psycho? Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, do you think I could call in to their little site? Whatever, no. No. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay, so what are we doing? Game or politics? I'm gonna start a vote for all of you to sort of... Game or more politics? Or politics, more politics. A game or politics? Stardian Cat. Psych. Oh yeah, it's Friday. Sort of. It's not Friday anymore. Oh, I have to do something about the... Wow. Alright. Vote. I want you to vote. There are only 8 people in the chat, but please vote. For the love of all that's holy, please vote. Please be good. Fake Alec Hal Parker wants more politics. There's a... Okay, we have to talk about this because there's a lot of implications here. There's a lot to be talking about here. Oh, 6 votes. All votes are for politics. 7 votes. Alright, wow. Okay, we're gonna do politics then. More people have voted than... Okay, about the exact amount of people that are here have voted. Alright, let's do it. Let us do it. Let us do some more politics then. And what I'd like to talk about is Belarus. Of course, a very important topic. A country that has a very difficult situation, a country that is in a tough spot. People often don't think about the fact that Belarusian people are subjugated, that Lukashenko basically only keeps his legitimacy due to Russia, and how Belarus ends up being a Russian puppet state. And Russia and Belarus have signed a mutual defense agreement very recently that basically would potentially allow Russia to use Belarus military without Lukashenko's say, without Lukashenko's okay. Basically putting Belarus's military directly under the command of Vladimir Putin. And also there's a new development, which is that Russia has hinted at using its new Oreshnik missile, the missile that is not as new as everybody claims, but still bam. President Vladimir Putin said on Friday that Russia could deploy its new Oreshnik intermediate-range hypersonic missile on the territory of its ally, Belarus, in the second half of next year, which puts into question of how really willing Russia is when it comes to swift and decisive negotiations and ending the war quickly, since already Russia is talking about its plans for the second part of next year. Putin was responding to a request from Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko at a summit in Minsk, where the two leaders signed a mutual defense pact, Reuters reported. I actually want to take a look at this a little bit more. This defense pact has been signed. So I want to take a look at this real quick. Bear with me as I make myself bigger once more for a second and look for something. Belarus signs defense pact with Russia. I think it's worth briefly talking about. Tools, 24 hours. Where is it? Apologies. Apologies once more. Let's go to DW, I guess. Ukraine updates. Russia, Belarus to sign a security treaty. Let's read about it a bit here. This treaty has been a pretty big topic, and it sort of ties into the Oreshnik thing. So I think it would be beneficial to take a look at this as well. Okay? I mean, beneficial. Putin is visiting Belarus to sign a treaty offering security guarantees to Moscow's closest ally. Russian forces say they have captured 2 key villages in eastern Ukraine. So, this is the, yeah. But I want the sign. Let me see. I want to see more details about this treaty, not just a headline. Hold on. I'm gonna have a fine day doing an edit of this. AP News. Putin signs agreement offering Russia security guarantees to ally Belarus. So let me see. Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin visited Belarus on Friday to sign a treaty offering security guarantees for Moscow closest ally, including the possible use of Russian nuclear weapons to help repel an aggression. The signing of the document follows the publication of a revised version of Russia's nuclear doctrine, which for the first time placed Belarus under the Russian nuclear umbrella, amid the tensions between Moscow and the West over the Ukrainian conflict. Speaking alongside Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko, Putin emphasized that the new document includes the potential use of Russian tactical nuclear weapons deployed to Belarus in response to an aggression. I'm sure that the treaty will ensure the security of Russia and Belarus, Putin said in televised remarks. This signing of the document has been described as the recreation of an empire. Basically, as far as I understand it, somewhere in this treaty, it is said that Russia has access to the Belarusian military. Of course, I will have to fact check this because I don't see any confirmation, for example, here. But after the two leaders signed the security pact, Lukashenko asked Putin to deploy more advanced weapons in Belarus, including the Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile that Russia used for the first time last month against Ukraine. I would like to publicly ask you to deploy new weapons systems, primarily Oreshnik, to Belarus, Lukashenko said. It will help calm some heads. Putin responded that Oreshnik missiles could be deployed to Belarus in the second half of next year, adding that they will remain under Russian control, but Moscow will allow Belarus to select the targets. The Russian president has described the November 21st strike on Ukraine with Oreshnik as a response to Ukrainian strikes on Russian military facilities in the Bryansk and Kursk regions with Western-supplied weapons. He has warned that Russia could use the new missile to strike military facilities of Kyiv's Western allies that allow Ukraine to use their weapons to attack for attacks on Russian territory. Putin has hailed the Oreshnik missile's capability, saying that its multiple warheads that plunge to a target at 10 times the speed of sound are immune to interception by any existing air defense systems, which apparently is not entirely true. Russia's missile forces chief said the missile, which can carry conventional or nuclear warheads, has a range allowing it to reach all of Europe, which is an obvious threat and an obvious bid to make Europe back down from supporting Ukraine. The revamped nuclear doctrine that Putin endorsed last month formally lowered the threshold for Russia's use of its nuclear weapons, a move that follows the US President Joe Biden's decision to let Ukraine strike targets inside Russian territory with American-supplied long-range missiles. The doctrine says Moscow could use nuclear weapons in response to the use of nuclear and other types of weapons of mass destruction against Russia or its allies, as well as in the event of aggression against Russia and Belarus with conventional weapons that threaten their sovereignty or territorial integrity. This part sort of worries me because it begs the question, what does Russia consider to be its territory? Putin and other Russian officials have repeatedly said that Russian tactical nuclear weapons deployed to Belarus remain under Moscow's control, but the Secretary of Belarus Security Council, Alexander Volfovich, said Friday that their use would require Lukashenko's sanction. Lukashenko, who has ruled Belarus with an iron hand for more than 30 years and has relied on Russian subsidies and support, allowed Russia to use his country's territory to send troops into Ukraine in February 2022 and to deploy some of its tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. Next month, there will be an election in Belarus. Of course, we all know who will win. The election has been completely rigged in advance. All the people that are running against Lukashenko are basically his stooges. his supporters. Belarus opposition leader in exile, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, who is, by the way, the de facto president. Let's not kid ourselves. She won in 2020. We all know that to be true. Condemned the security pact between Russia and Belarus as part of Moscow's efforts to tighten control over the country. Putin's visit to Minsk isn't about security, it's about Russia tightening control over our country, she said. The deployment of new weapons and using Belarus as a pawn in his imperial ambitions threatens us all. And that's it. That's it. We sort of actually covered the deployment of the Oreshnik as well. While we're at it, we have also talked about Oreshnik. It's true. This is all about the further integration of Belarus into Russia. It's about the tightening of control. It's about also threatening the West. It's about sending a message that we can send our Oreshniks should you choose to support Ukraine. And it's also establishing more and more Belarus as a party that might take an increasingly active role in the ongoing conflict and in the ongoing geopolitical games that Russia is playing. That is all that it is. It's definitely not about the security of Belarus. It's also about solidifying Lukashenko's rule in Belarus. It's also, of course, about that. Russia's puppet. Because, unfortunate as it is, before 2020, before 2022, Lukashenko actually had a much more stronger position in front of Putin than he has now. Although, who knows, this sort of situation may change now with how things are going in Syria and with how things are going overall. So yeah. Whew. There we have it. There we have it. How is, once again, I will ask, how is everybody right now? How are you? Audience, member, viewer. How are you doing on this fine day? I'm writing. Oh, what are you writing? Nobody's in the YouTube chat? Nobody's here? I'm well. Well, how's your birthday been going on? Writing the bio for the evil villain of my LP fanfic. Oh, nice. Oh. I am... How long have I been streaming? Not that long, actually. No, wait. It's been 4 hours. Never mind. I've been streaming for a while. Jesus. Oh. 10 viewers. 10 wonderful, beautiful viewers. Who's next? Has Destiny Body your favorite streamer? I don't know, maybe. What is this decoy's voice? Oh wow. I have no clue what that is. I think. PSA for men, it's now legal to like Left of the Box. Oh, Left of the Box is doing pretty well. Interestingly enough. Interestingly enough, Left of the Box is doing pretty okay right now. Jesus. Oh, okay. I'm gonna add a brief thing based on a Polish article. Polish articles are Poland is the king of Poland, so I am going to, yep, let me see. It's about the whole deal that was signed. I wanna talk about it. Putin is building an empire. Yeah, I wanna discuss this further. Editing this will be a nightmare, but I don't care. I don't care about nightmares. Who cares about nightmares when you have Belarus to discuss? Putin is building an empire. The leader of Russia will sign a groundbreaking deal. What is key are their secret protocols. The secret bits are the ones that are important. The leaders of Russia and Belarus are to meet on the 6th, so they have already met. This is already all the news at this point. And they are to sign a groundbreaking security deal. We already know that they've signed it. And the common element of Russia and Belarus means nothing else than building a new Russian empire, said Bogusław Pacek, General Bogusław Pacek. What is this deal all about? This document speaks about the procedure the procedure in the face of threats of sovereignty, one or the other state, one or the other country, Russia or Belarus. It talks about nuclear weapon placement, and according to a Polish newspaper called The Legal Paper, which is a pretty big newspaper in Poland, there are a certain few secret points in this document. And it is about how the Belarusian army is to be managed, how the Belarusian army is to be commanded. For example, it allows Russia to engage Belarusian military in combat without an okay from Lukashenko. It does not need the consent from Lukashenko in order for Russia to use Belarus's military. A joint system. General Boguslav Pacek, in his talk with Fact, which is another publication, has reminded that the Belarusian army operational forces have already today been integrated into the Russian system in a great way. And there is, of course, a separation between the Russian armed forces and the Belarusian armed forces, but what happened does not mean that the Belarusian army became the Russian army, but he also stressed that of all the elements that were supposed to unite those countries, economy, politics, finance, it is the military aspect that has been done to the greatest extent, that has been unified into a singular system. The expert has concluded that the united Russian-Belarusian element means nothing else than the building of an empire. The unification of the military systems of Belarus and Russia means that Russia comes closer to forming a new Russian empire. That is Putin's plan, said General Pacek. And that's it. That is my finishing statement on the matter, which would again could potentially mean a more active role of Belarus in the Syria war, a threat against the West. I also heard that actually Ukraine is treating this thing very seriously and has been building new fortifications on the side of the Belarusian border. So this whole affair has been treated extremely seriously when it comes to Ukraine. All right. I've added my 2 cents from a Polish source. I hope you like it. I hope I did a pretty nifty job translating. We're here. This is where we are. The further integration of Belarus into Russia is happening. We've all known that it would be happening, but now we're getting confirmation. It's apparently most advanced at the level of the military. Looks like Putin's about to kiss Lukashenko, I guess. I mean, they always look like that. They always look very touchy and feely on those photos, don't they? Apparently, I guess I'll mention it because it's in the title, Assad's regime is basically about to collapse. It could collapse at any moment. Assad's regime is getting attacked by rebel forces from north, south, from all sides, basically from 3 sides is getting assaulted, and the rebels are gaining ground on all fronts, which is interesting to see. I think nobody expected it to happen so fast. Nobody expected the Syrian landscape to be changing so quickly. Many people thought that at this point the conflict was frozen. Everybody thought that Assad would just move on to solidify his grip on power and start regaining territories. But now it looks like he could just be deposed at any moment now. He's lost so many territories and he keeps losing ground to the rebel forces. So we will see. We'll see what will happen. The situation is, that would be a big blow to Russia. I think that goes without saying, that the only reason in my mind why Assad has been able to cling to his power, that the regime has been able to keep staying afloat, was because of Russia, and the fact that Russia is so tied up in Ukraine, it cannot offer any assistance to Syria, or rather not to Syria but to Assad's regime, and that means that it just might collapse, which would be a huge blow to Russia's international reputation if Russia loses. Syria, that would be big in the light of recent happenings. That it would mean that the only thing that Russia is gaining from this whole full-scale invasion is losing its grip on Syria completely, which I don't think I have to explain why this is a horrible result, for a horrible situation for Russia to find itself in. But it's not in a position to do anything about it, which is the more interesting part. It's just so caught up in Ukraine right now that it cannot. It is even, I'm pretty sure that Russia has actually made an official statement that right now it will not be able to provide any meaningful assistance to Syria in the near future. And interestingly enough, as you may be aware, Hezbollah, also an ally of Assad's regime, has also been sort of tied up. That has also been pretty... Hezbollah is also not exactly in shape to be helping the Syrian regime. So the perfect opportunity has presented itself for the rebel forces to strike, and they took it. They took the opportunity, and now we are where we are. We might actually see Assad deposed very soon. We'll see what happens. We will see how the situation will develop. I've been giving you a nice little TLDR. Of course, there are people that will give you it in more details with maps, names, locations, the tactical breakdown. But I'm giving you a nice, simple, thing. I'm giving you a nice, simple thing to chew on. And with this, you can go to the more detailed things. Okay? That is what you can do. That is within your power. That is within your thing. Right? All right. I had just, it was in the title, so I had to mention Syria, at least a bit. That's fair, right? That is fair of me, that I've at least mentioned what's happening in Syria. Oh, shall we? Russia, the snake. Oh, yes, I do want to talk about that. Russia, the snake in the grass. Because the foreign minister of, once again, and I'm hoping nobody is duped into believing such a thing, but the foreign minister of Russia, Lavrov, has said that Russia is ready to be benevolent and to extend its security guarantees to Ukraine. Yes, that's right. The country that has launched a full-scale invasion into Ukraine, the country that has blatantly broken the Budapest Memorandum and broken its commitments when it comes to securing Ukraine's border integrity, has now said that being good and benevolent as they are willing to once again extend security guarantees to Ukraine on the condition that Ukraine maintains a neutral status. And of course, on the condition that Russia will keep the terrains that it's occupying now. Sounds like a great deal, right? We just seized a lot of territory from Ukraine, and as long as we are allowed to keep it, as long as Ukraine has a neutral status, does not belong to any sphere of influence, which secretly kind of means that it'll absolutely be under the Russian sphere of influence, then we will extend our guarantee of security to Ukraine. We are good like that. It's not like Russia is the biggest threat in the region. Not at all. It's not like it's meddling in the affairs of Georgia, Moldova, and recently, possibly Romania. It's not like it's waging a hybrid warfare against the European Union. It's not like there's been a series of pretty big arsons in Poland that has been linked to possibly Russian meddling. No. It's Russians are really good, big, good country. And if Ukraine plays ball in a very specific way, then it too might benefit from Russia's security guarantees. Who knows? Who knows? But in the meantime, we live in the reality where Russia is bombing Ukraine daily, where Russia is targeting Ukraine's critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure. We live in the reality where blackouts are more and more common. Electricity goes out at least a couple of times per day, as I've noticed firsthand. But you know what? It's all about NATO. It's all about that Western world encroaching on Russia's interest. It's all about that Ukrainian neutrality. It's definitely not about Russia desperately trying to regain its position as an empire to either subjugate countries as puppet states or completely integrate them into itself. No, it's not about that. It's simply about Russia being safe. Safe from what? I don't know. But you know what they say, better safe than sorry. So Russia is living by that principle and simply waging full-scale wars against its neighbors. Because even if there is no danger right now, who knows, maybe one will magically emerge. This is where we are. Russia's gracious proposal of asking if Ukraine, would you not just give us all that we want? Just do these few things for us. Give us a bunch of your territory along with people living in that territory. And also make yourself defenseless for us so that maybe should we decide we could invade you again. And then we will give you our security guarantees. Doesn't that sound like a great deal? Doesn't that sound like something that you're on board of? Ukraine should just tomorrow say, yes, please have our oblasts, please. And we will definitely become neutral. And by that we mean we'll definitely be in your sphere of influence, Russia. Because that is what it needs in practice. Alright. I've done my rant about Russia being a snake in the grass. That's in the title as well. And I think we're gonna wrap it up here. The stream did not die like it did last night, so that's good. And I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Anybody here to sort of see me off? Anybody here to maybe do a last minute something? Because I'm about to raid you into my favorite small streamer. I'm about to raid you off to the sunset. I didn't do much for my birthday. Stayed home, playing games. I mean, that's as good a birthday as any. Who knows what I'll do for my... I'm gonna do a birthday stream, of course. I'm gonna do a birthday stream. Yesterday was a Friendsgiving, though. So I celebrated a lot there. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good night, Ty. I'm gonna see you to... Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'll definitely see you on Sunday, okay? Make sure to tune in on Sunday. We're gonna talk to... we're gonna be talking to Anastasia. Alright? Okay. I'm gonna raid into a person now. Who do I have here? Oh no, that person is not streaming right now. I guess we'll have to raid into Kid Not Kin. Alright. See you. Good night. Good night.